it says preparing, setting up. No, what? Andrea, do you follow in Facebook as well? Can you see it if it works? Or Diletta?
I try to see.
Okay, here it shows something, yeah. So I think that we can start with 1 minute of delay only. And,
not bad.
Yeah. So Andrea, please, the screen is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the International Conference Jewish Crossroads between Italy and Eastern Europe. My name is Andrea Morpurgo. I'm an architect, a PhD in history of architecture and urban planning, and executive board member of the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage in Italy. In 2019, I was invited to the conference, Jewish Heritage Slovenia, by Vladimir Levin, director of the Center for Jewish Art and Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And following that positive experience with Professor Levin, we decided to dedicate a first important moment of study and comparison between experts regarding the close contacts between Italy and Eastern Europe, and in particular, how Jews have been an integral part of this long history of cultural, commercial, political, and religious relation. I'm pleased also to announce that the conference that will be held this today represents the beginning of a collaboration between the Center for Jewish Art and the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage in Italy, that will lead to the construction of a future project of study, conservation, and valorization of the very rich Italian Jewish historical and artistical heritage present on our territory and abroad. So it now gives me great pleasure to call Michael Segal, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
Hey, thank you very much. Welcome to this conference. Usually I say welcome to Jerusalem, but welcome virtually to Jerusalem. It's a pleasure on behalf of the Faculty of Humanities to welcome you. As many of you know, or most of you know, or perhaps all of you know, the Center for Jewish Art is one of our most illustrious research centers, has been in functioning and thriving for over 40 years. And I can say as Dean that extremely proud of the results of their many and varied projects over the years. Perhaps the most significant contribution over recent years is the projects having to do with preservation and ti'ud. How do you say ti'ud in English? I'm sorry, I've lost my vocabulary momentarily.
Documentation.
Documentation. Thank you. Documentation of both Jewish art in general, synagogues in particular, and perhaps all aspects of material and visual Jewish culture. Publications, research on these fields, and most importantly, or no less importantly, the index of Jewish art, which is probably I would say the most important tool around today for those interested in the study of Jewish material culture. This, the center continues to thrive, particularly under Vladimir Levin's able hands, and Rina Telgam as well. I'm stepping down as dean in a few months, so this is my on all of the conferences that I speak now, I have the opportunity to say thanks to those who run the centers, because without their guiding hand, we wouldn't have what we have. I'm certain in this case, the Center for Jewish Art is in wonderful hands. under the current leadership. And I'm very hopeful that not only will they continue to pursue their own research, but continue to pursue the collaborations. And this is another example of collaboration, the one we have here at this conference, but collaborations that are so fundamental to the larger purpose of the center. So I want to encourage the continuation of this collaboration. I'm certain that it will lead to wonderful results. And I personally hope to see the fruits of these collaborations in the coming years, even if I'm no longer a dean, but only a simple professor in the faculty, but one who still greatly will appreciate the contributions of the center. So enjoy this conference, which is a one-day event, but packed. I saw the full schedule for the event, and I'm certain that this is going to be the beginning of a wonderful relationship. So.
Thank you very much, Professor Segal. And now a greeting from Dario Disegni, President of the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage in Italy. Please, Dario Disegni.
Thank you. Good morning, or better, good afternoon to everybody. As President of the Foundation for Jewish Heritage in Italy, allow me to express the deepest gratitude to the Center for Jewish Art of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem for both the privilege and the great pleasure to join them in organizing today's important conference. So thanks to the director, Vladimir Levin, as well to the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Michael Segal. And thanks to all the prestigious lecturers and speakers whom we are listening with a great interest in a few minutes. Many different crossroads, Jewish crossroads, can be found between Italy and Eastern Europe, with consistent exchanges along the centuries. The worth of today's conference will be deeply investigating and discussing them in various fields. The foundation I have the honor to chair is very active in preserving and enhancing the huge Jewish cultural heritage widespread in all the regions of Italy and dating back to more than 22 centuries ago. With regard to the crossroads with Eastern Europe, one peculiar example is represented by the project of the restoration and enhancement of the ancient Jewish cemetery of Gorizia, which after the Second World War became part of the town of Nova Gorica in Slovenia. That project, under the wise management of our board member, Andrea Morpurgo, will be among the most relevant ones for Nova Gorica European Capital of Culture, jointly with Gorizia, in the year 2025. I would like to conclude by expressing the strong desire and wish that today's conference will mark the beginning of a friendly and fruitful cooperation between the Foundation and the Center of the for the Jewish Art of the Hebrew University for the development of a variety of new interesting projects, starting from the very rich Jewish heritage in Italy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dario. And now Vladimir Levin, of course, director of the Center for the Jewish Art.
Thank you, Andrea. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. And thank you very much, Professor Segal, and thank you very much, Dario Disegni, for your kind words. And thank you, Andrea, for co-organizing this event. Looking from the perspective of the Center for Jewish Art, I must say that Italy is probably one of the first places which you start to think when you speak about Jewish art or Jewish iconography. And for instance, I call all of you to remember the gold glass bases with menorah and other sanctuary implements found in the catacombs of Rome, which for many years were the oldest Jewish objects known. But when we work on Italy or when we work on Eastern Europe, for many years we took this to these regions separately, and we dealt with Jewish culture in Italy and Jewish heritage in Italy, and we dealt with Jewish heritage in Eastern Europe as two separate fields which really meet each other. In the last years, there are some researchers who look on both these geographical and cultural areas at the same time and find connections between them. And I'm honored to have some of those researchers among our lecturers today. And I think that this small conference, one-day conference, will push us and move us towards a complex approach that we will see a picture, we'll see a complicated picture, complex picture, and we will see it in a systematic way. And we will think about interconnection, geographical, intercultural, inter-Jewish and inter-non-Jewish connections more systematically, and this will bring us to a better understanding and to better appreciation of Jewish and non-Jewish heritage, both in Italy and in the countries, in numerous countries of Eastern Europe, as well as in all other parts of the world. And I also hope that this conference will be only the first step in our cooperation with the Foundation for Jewish Heritage in Italy. So I think that from this note, introductory note, we can go to a keynote. And our keynoter is Professor Ilya Rodov of Bar-Ilan University, the person who wrote extensively on cultural connections between Italy and Eastern Europe, especially Poland. And I'm very glad that Professor Rodov agreed to give a keynote lecture. And the title of his lecture is Adventures of Italian Art in Early Modern Ashkenaz. So Ilya, please, the screen, the mouse, the microphone are yours. So, and we are ready to listen.
Do you see the screen? Do you see
yes,
the presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So I will start now. Thank you very much for your kind presentation and for your kind invitation. It's really honor and delight for me, and I'm really excited to see here on these small screens my teachers, my colleagues, my friends from at least 3 continents. And indeed, it's very important to think about the Jewish path in Eastern European Italian roads, and about the Eastern European dimensions of Jewish-Italian relations. So let's start with my presentation here.
Ilya, just a second. Ilya, just a second. I forgot to tell that we will gather questions at the end of your talk. So if you have questions, please write them in the chat, and I will read them to Ilya. Or if you want to ask it by your own voice, write me in the chat that you would like to ask it, because we are already 60 people and I don't see all of you on the screen. So Ilya, sorry.
Thank you. Some historians believe that even the origins of Ashkenazi Jews are in Italy. And of course, my question is, what happened between Italian art, Italian culture, and Ashkenazi Jews? So I mentioned now the origins of Ashkenazi Jews. As I said, some historians believe that Tuscanian community was moved by an emperor to the region of the river Rhine. But what we see now on the map is the late medieval situation when the Jews were gradually moved eastward in the 14th, 15th century. There were expulsions and persecutions of Jews in the Western Europe, and many communities moved to Bohemia, Poland, and farther to Baltic lands and Ruthenia. Now, some of these Jews in the 15th century went to Italy and established their Ashkenazi communities, so-called in Italian Tedeschi communities. I marked here the main centers of Jewish communities in Ashkenaz, it's Prague and Krakow, and later after the expulsion of Jews from Krakow in 1495, they moved to Kazimierz near Krakow, and in Italy, the most important Jewish communities were in Venetian Republic, in Venice, in Padua, and in all over the North Italy. And a small arrow shows the immigration of Ashkenazi Jews to Italy, and among these Jews were also artists. Just one name we know, Yoel ben Shimon, who was a scribe and illuminator, started his work in Germany and then moved to Italy. But it's still nothing about any influence of Italian art on Ashkenazi Jews. And now what I want to claim today is that the main influence came with Renaissance. The great Italian wave that reached Ashkenazi Jews was a Renaissance wave. The Italian Renaissance expansion to Christian Eastern Europe gradually penetrated into Jewish communities. So, first of all, what were the Christian crossroads connecting the Eastern Europe and Italy? I would like to recall all of us that the map of Europe, of late medieval Europe, was different. And when we speak about the Eastern Europe, we have here 4 countries that were ruled by 2 brothers of the Jagiellonian dynasty. Vladislav II, who was the king of Bohemia and then the king of Hungary, and his brother Sigismund I, or Sigismund the Old, who was the king of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania. And in contrast, the Italy naturally was not what we know today, the same country. It was a conglomerate of many countries. So what connected between these 2 areas was, first of all, Catholic bonds and many political interests. Now, in about the turn of the 15th to 13th century to 16th century, Italian Renaissance crosses the Alps and reached the Eastern Europe. Renaissance Italy became not only religious Roman Catholic center, but also cultural and artistic navel of the world. Around 1500s, the new humanistic ideology and Renaissance art from Italy reached these Jagiellonian kingdoms. However, Beyond the Alps, the perception of rebirth of antiquities was different than in Italy. Whereas in Italy, the Roman antiquities were visible almost anywhere, in Eastern Europe, they were a legend or a remote, hardly accessible destination. Italians felt themselves to be connected to ancient Romans by blood. In contrast, Bohemians and Poles could climb or should invade only distant relation to the ancient Roman heroes. However, from the Middle Ages to the Jagiellonian kingdom, and even later, the Roman Empire was a persistent topos of an ideal imperial order. The first Robin of Jagiellonian Renaissance was Vladislav of Bohemia, who encountered Renaissance spirit at his Hungarian court, which he succeeded to an admirer of Renaissance, King Matthias Corvinus. Vladislav sent to Buda his court architect Benedict Reed, who used his Hungarian Renaissance impressions for constructing a huge royal hall at the Prague Hradčany Castle. The main Renaissance feature of this overall Gothic hall with its reticulated vault ribs is the Roman-style portals. Also, a minor intrusion into the traditional and conventional late medieval art, the Al-Antica, Italian expressions established a new visual expression of royal grandeur and social prestige. The new court style attracted the attention of wealthy and influential Prague Jews. In 1520, a wealthy Jewish banker and communal leader, Aaron Meshulam Zalman Alevi Ish Horowitz, rebuilt his family synagogue in Benedict Reed's Gothic Renaissance style. Note the peculiar addition of a classical egg and dart molding to Gothic style ribs. Here we see this on the right. And the classical arched portal with its gems that recessed by an angle. Such diagonal gems are characteristic of Benedict Reed and his workshop works at the Royal Castle, and you can see this in the image, in the photograph on our right. Aaron Meshulam Zalman Alevi Horowitz adapted the borrowed form for synagogue use by adding Jewish symbols, jacks, his symbol as a Levite, a hexagram, the emblem of the Jewish community of Prague, and a traditional Hebrew quotation. This is the gate to the Lord into which the righteous shall enter. In general, the reminiscences of Renaissance architecture conveys the pattern's social prestige and proximity to the ruler rather than any Al-Antica or Italian connotations. The design of Hebrew books that were printed in Prague since the very beginning of the 16th century demonstrated similar intrusion of Renaissance elements. Here they are Calmed portal, naked putti, and mermaiden into the mix of Gothic architecture, heraldic emblems, Jewish symbols, and personal signs. The Jewish art does not derive from any Italian source directly, but copies or simply reuses German implications of Italian Renaissance. We can see that the cover, the front page of this Jewish book contains elements that just replicate the columns, the portal in Hans Burgmeyer's woodcut on the right. Much closer and more profound were cultural and artistic relations between Italy and the Polish Jagiellonians. Ladislav's younger brother, Sigismund, sojourned at the Buddha Renaissance court. Sigismund also received humanistic education under his Italian mentor, Filippo Buonaccorsi, who was a member of the Roman Academy of Julius Pomponius Letus. Filippo Buonaccorsi was also a correspondent of Lorenzo il Magnifico de' Medici. When crowned as a Polish king and Lithuanian Grand Duke, Sigismund invited to Krakow numerous Italian architects, sculptors, and builders. His second wife was Milanese Princess Bona Sforza, who came in Krakow with her numerous Italian retinue. Indicative of the association of Polish Jagiellonian house with Roman emperors is the fact that Sigismund and Bona Sforza added the Roman title Augustus to the name of their son Sigismund II, Sigismund Augustus II, a future Polish king. Now about Jagiellonian Renaissance, and one cannot understand the Jagiellonian Renaissance without a closer look at its opus magnum, the Royal Chapel of the Wawel Cathedral in Krakow, built by Bartolomeo Bellecci of Toscana and great team of Italian masons and sculptors. The chapel's design alludes the ascent of human soul to the heaven. The soul departs from its mundane abode in a human body and celebrates its immortality by rising through a triumphal arch, accompanied by biblical kings, David and Solomon. Here they are sculpted in the medallions. And Jagiellonian patron saints, the sculptures in the niches flanking the central arch. Then the soul passes to paradisiacal garden that is represented by an artistic quotation from the ancient Roman altar of Augustan Peace, Arapaxis. Farther up the way, the soul ascends through the celestial spheres, alluded by the cupola lit by skylight, to dwelling place of God in the Empyrean. Now our question is, what had the sophisticated Neoplatonic Jagiellonian Renaissance and Polish Jewish architecture in common? To answer this question, let us visit the synagogue established by a wealthy Jewish merchant, banker, and Jewish scholar, Israel Isserl, and his son, renowned Rabbi Moses Isserlis, known as Rema or Rama. Israel Isserl dedicated his family synagogue to the memory of his wife, who untimely perished from plague, together with his mother and daughter-in-law, that means Rabbi Moses Isserlis' wife, in 1552. The synagogue's western side faces the graves of these three women, and this lot of the Jewish cemetery later became the necropolis of the Isserls family. Note that several decades before, Sigismund the Old dedicated his family chapel at Wawel to the memory of his untimely perished wife, Barbara Zapora, and the chapel's crypt became a mausoleum for Barbara, Sigismund, and following Jagiellonian kings. With all its difference in the scale of architecture and level of artistic work, and religious attitude to burial, Isserl's synagogue followed the Polish Renaissance type of private sepulchral chapels. Moreover, the composition of the synagogue stone carved ark corresponds to the Renaissance symbolic representation of ascent to the high. The ark's facade is designed as a solemn portal flanked by a pair of pilasters. The ark's gable reproduces the ancient Roman pattern of a leafy candelabrum that is known to us from the Sigismund Chapel. A crown above the niche for the Torah scroll and a monumental Hebrew inscription suggest a message distinct from the Christian program. This quotation from Proverbs, "By me kings will reign," relates to a divine wisdom of the Torah, which is prophesied to be the law of worldly kings. Talmudic tractate Yoma associated this phrase with the story about the crown of the Holy Ark. This crown is crown of the Torah and the uppermost value, and it is bestowed to the mundane rulers by the celestial king, that is by God. In the light of Jewish metaphors of the Torah and Jewish eschatology, the elegant scrolling plant atop the ark evokes association with the Torah described as the tree of life and with Messiah, from whom biblical prophets call Tzemach, that is plant, sign, or shoot. And if so, the Polish Jewish debut in Renaissance symbolic architecture moves the focus from eternal salvation of an individual soul and the concept of Christ-blessed monarchy to the celebration of Torah's vital power and eschatological prophecy of messianic times, when the God's law will become the law of earthly kingdom. By me, kings will reign. That means by Torah, by the Lord's wisdom, kings will reign. As we saw, this was not the first time when a Jewish patron close to a royal court adopted an East European version of Italian Renaissance in his private synagogue. We spoke about the Pincus or Horowitz family synagogue in Prague. However, the Israelis adopted and polemically revisited Renaissance symbolism rather than merely copied decoration. Israel used it to visit the Wawel royal court for his business and had means and sovereignty to define what his synagogue would look like. His ingenious son, Rabbi Moses Isserlis, prominent Jewish scholar and exceptional erudite, possessed enough knowledge and creativity to compose a sophisticated Jewish response to the topic Renaissance discourse regarding the mundane and celestial kingdoms. Moses Isserlis was well aware and obviously endorsed the custom-designed Renaissance figurative front page of his own book published in Prague. Here we see this on our screen. In Jewish collective memory, the Roman Golden Age is a disaster or destruction of the temple in Jerusalem rather than a lost ideal. Instead of rebirth of ancient glory, Isserlis adopted the Al-Antica artistic vocabulary and Renaissance type of memorial sacred space for the expression of Jewish historiography and eschatology. Moreover, the Isserlis adoption of Polish Renaissance reveals true wit, as the Renaissance revolution could be posed as a continuity of Jewish tradition. An edicola type arch crowned by a triangular shaped planter relief is reminiscent of the Gothic Torah arch in Prague Altneu Schule, and many members of the Kazimierz community just remembered this very synagogue. Many of them just came to Krakow and Kazimierz from Prague. The Albertian type of a triumphal gate flanked by paired columns and supporting a panel and a gable was first introduced in the Ashkenazi synagogue of Rabbi Meir Katzelenbogen in Padua. Also, Moses Isserles never visited Italy, as far as we know. He managed correspondence and business contacts with Katzelenbogen, who was his maternal uncle. In Isserles' times, young rich Polish men studied at the Padua University while attending the Tedeschi Yeshiva of Meir and his son Samuel Judah Katzelenbogen. After they returned home to Poland, some of those Jewish Polish students could describe the Paduan arch to the Isserles. The Isserles arch epitomizes the way of Italian Renaissance to Jewish Kazimierz, indirectly through its early adaptation in both Jagiellon and Krakow and Ashkenazi community in Padua. Here, this is the Jewish way of Renaissance to Kazimierz, and here is the Polish way. Moreover, the Altneu Schule prototype and together with this Paduan precedent legitimized this innovation in Poland. Once introduced by Rabbi Moses Isserles and thereby legitimized by his authority now, the Renaissance edicola with its triangular pediment crown and the motto from Proverbs was replicated in many other synagogues in Kazimierz and far beyond. In course of time, the portal-like tiered type of Torah arcs evolved to a more elaborated and much larger Baroque and Rococo structures that were built in Eastern European and Romanian synagogues until the Holocaust. These three book front pages exemplify a more straightforward Italian Renaissance influence on the Hebrew print in Poland. We see the woodcut plate produced for the Christian printer of Hebrew books in Venice, Daniel Bomberg, that was reused in worn-off condition in Lublin in the center and primitively copied in Krakow on our right. Another channel of Italian art to Eastern European architecture was provided by Italians who came there. Since the days of Sigismund the Old, architects, sculptors, and masons from Italy and Swiss Italian cantons were welcome in Poland. Until at least the mid-17th century, they lead ecclesiastic architecture and greatly influenced secular and urban architecture. Prosperous Jewish communities also employed Italians for planning and constructing synagogues. Dr. Kravtsov will extend on the Italian architects who worked in Lviv and the area in the 16th and 17th centuries. Now, for example, I bring here the interview of the old synagogue in Kazimierz. A certain Matteo Gucci, who worked at Wawel, also carved his name on a vault keystone in this old synagogue in Krakow. And this Italian, Matteo Gucci, is credited for his renovation of parts of this Gothic building in a Renaissance style. The stone bema in the Pinchov synagogue closely resembles the works of stone carvers from the workshop of Italian architects and sculptor Santi Gucci in Pinchov. There were stone quarries near Pinchov, and until this very day, there is a small village called Vlohi, Italians, near Pinchov. There was an Italian colony there. Over and above particular forms and patterns, Italian architects were responsible for penetrating of the typical Italian Baroque church massing into synagogue architecture. This was probably the case of Giovanni Battista Trevano, who planned a simplified version of the Baroque massing of his St. Martin Church in Krakow as a prayer hall in Isaac Yakubovich Synagogue in Kazimierz. The wall decoration proved the same workshop hand in both buildings. The duplication of a church choir balcony may explain the advent of an open balcony for the women's section at the prior hall western side. To the best of my knowledge, that indeed first occurred in Isaac's synagogue. The women's gallery that is designed as an open balcony facing the Torah Ark. A distinct innovation of Italian Renaissance was serialization of architectural practices. Leon Battista Alberti and Sebastiano Serlio, to mention but two prominent theoretics of Renaissance architecture, proposed the architects a detailed vocabulary of classical patterns and their historical and symbolic interpretations. Their architectural treatises became a common reference for architects in Poland. The Italian architects were champions of certain references in Polish architecture, and they brought certain ideas to synagogues. Once again, Isaac's synagogue, 3 flaming cannon balls on the gable of portal in Isaac's synagogue are distinct certain quotation. They have not survived, but we see them here in the center in an old photograph, and on our right is just a page from Serlio's book on architecture. Of the Christian architectural treatises that influences the Baroque synagogue architecture, the foremost was probably the theoretical reconstruction of the temple in Jerusalem by a Jesuit architect Juan Battista Villalpando. Villalpando deemed the temple architecture as a peculiar vernacular mix of classical orders, and Dr. Sergei Kravtsov convincingly argued that Italian architects resourcefully applied Villalpando's Baroque theories regarding the architecture of the temple in Jerusalem to Polish synagogue architecture. My following examples are derived from Sergei Kravtsov's research. Villalpando deems the temple architecture as a peculiar vernacular mix of classical orders that I said. And here, for example, it was this example is a quotation of particular architectural elements. I want to say that Villalpando's impact on synagogue architecture was twofold. And this is just one aspect, particular elements. It was probably the architect Giacomo Medleni from the Grisons who abbreviated Villalpando's Corinthian-like temple capital as a combination of palm fronds with corners cross and the Doric egg and dart echinus in the great suburban synagogue of Lviv. The second and more important was the adoption of Villalpando's plan of the temple's precincts. Villalpando's grid of 9 square courts was reworked into 9-bay plan of the prayer hall in the Lviv Great Suburban Synagogue and in several later synagogues. The 9-bay central square incorporated an earlier novel element of synagogue architecture, a 4-pillar bima tower. Obviously, the 4-pillar bima is also an Italian invention, as its earliest known example in Przemysl, dated to 1592, is attributed to an Italian, Andrea Pellegrino Bononi. Less obvious and thus more speculative is the export of Italian architectural ideas by Jewish migrants from Italy to Eastern Europe. A typical Italian location of synagogue at an upper floor of building is found twice in synagogue that bear the same name. The High Synagogue, one is in Kazimierz on the left and another in Prague, just opposite side Altneu Shul on our right. Archival documents provide some hints at the probable Italian origin of the patron of Kazimierz High Synagogue. A certain Jew bearing an Italian name Felix employed Italian masons in Kazimierz. The same Felix possessed the house to the left of the shops on which the synagogue was built. And when the synagogue was erected, there was a door leading from his house on the left to the prayer hall on the right. Another high synagogue was built by an Italian architect, Pancratius Roder, and his local assistants for Jewish philanthropist and communal leader at Prague, Mordechai Marcus Meisel. We don't know for what reason Meisel followed the Italian tradition of upper floor prayer hall, but the fact testifying to his close connections with Italian Jews is that the rabbi of Casale Monferrato, Jacob ben Isaac Segre, celebrated the dedication of this synagogue into poems. To summarize, in 16th and 17th centuries, Italian art had made its profound impact on early modern Ashkenazi visual culture. Although later on, the Jewish adoption of contemporary Italian art and architecture decreased, the consequences of East European Jewish affiliation to Italian Renaissance lasted for centuries. To list but a few prominent of them. The Renaissance type Torah arch paved the way to the tradition of magnificent, lavishly decorated East European Baroque Torah arcs that survived until the 1930s. Italian architects introduced tower-like 4-pillar bima that became a prominent attribute of Ashkenazi synagogues. Italian architects channeled modern series of pristine Israelite architecture, such as Villalpando's, to the practice of synagogue building. And in general, the Jewish embrace of Italian Renaissance was instrumental for reconnecting Ashkenazi visual culture to the modern European architectural and artistic conventions. Thank you very much. I stop sharing. I also see you. Just a moment.
Ilya, thank you very much. Indeed, you showed us adventures, not simple adventures, but complicated adventures in several levels. And I'm very grateful that you agreed to, to give this keynote. So, dear friends, please, your questions to the lecturer. And there is nobody has questions. Oh, Louisa, please.
Hi, very interesting. Thank you very much. I was just wondering, these non-Jewish architects that were in Krakow and that were there for other works, then are called by an a Polish Jewish community or family to make their synagogue. So the Polish Jewish family is family or community is calls them, or they are already there as architects?
I'm not sure that I understood fully your question. So whose the initiative was, who initiated this contact?
If there are documents on the patronage or on the patronage of these architects who paid, if these architects were already there and these were the architects are available. This is the question.
Okay, so first of all, about Poland, we have here and there we have evidence, documentary evidence of participation of Italian architects in building the synagogues. In some cases, this is our hypothesis, basing on the same style, the same building techniques in synagogue and in the surrounding architecture. But in general, most of European synagogues, maybe until this very day, were built by non-Jewish architects. From the very beginning of the Ashkenazi culture, this was the situation. Even more so, you can think about the American post-war synagogues that were built by the best world-renowned architects, non-Jewish. And this was probably the same reason for Polish and Eastern European patrons, just to employ the high-level architects. Even more so, in some places, the most of leading architects were Italians. This was the situation in Lviv, and we will know more about this after the lecture of Sergei.
Okay, thank you, Ilya. There is a question from Ruth Gruber, and Ruth asks, what can you say about the artistic and architectural influence from other countries? Or was this limited to Italy?
No. It was not limited to Italy. And I think about 15th, 17th, we can discern Netherlandish influences on Polish and consequently Jewish architecture in Poland, at least in Poland. And later there were French influences, and I think not only. So the culture in Eastern Europe, and especially in Poland, was really international. And the leading culture, the leading cultural centers just changed. First it was Italy, then it was France, and the Polish kings were affiliated to the French dynasty, and so on. So not only Italian, but today we are speaking about Italy. So I picked Italian examples, and German, of course, and then not only.
Oh, thank you. Question coming from London from Michael Mail. Would Ilya comment on the story of Zamość, its Italian style that included the synagogue? Did it have wider impact? Did the Jews who settled there originally come partly from Italy?
So I intentionally was silent about Zamość because I think it's a different case. And we discussed Zamość in length with Sergei before my lecture. The situation there is different. We have no evidence that the leading Zamość Italian architecture, Morandi, had any connection to the synagogue, and the synagogue was built in local vernacular Zamość and Lublin Zamość style. So this case is different, and the the factors that define the synagogue architecture were not Italian Jews, or more correct, Sephardi Jews that were invited to Zamość, but the local magnate and maybe his clerks or assistants and so on.
Okay, thank you. More questions, please? If not, I have my own one, but I would like first to have from the audience. Please write. I don't see everybody, so you can, if you can.
So thank you again.
Oh no, wait. I have a question.
Okay.
What do you think? I understand that my question is a little bit problematic, but maybe you have some thoughts about it. While those Jews who built the synagogues that you showed and discussed, they knew that they hired Italian architects working for Polish king or for Polish nobles. What do you think in the further generation, in the next generation, if this understanding, if there was an understanding that this is kind of Italian architecture, or that it's kind of Renaissance architecture, or this understanding disappears, that it simply becomes our Jewish local tradition without further connecting it to other countries or to other traditions?
I'm not saying this is a very complicated question, because this question contains the answer. Yes, I agree with you. This old tradition was adopted and domesticated, and the people believe that this is our old good tradition, and our forefathers prayed in this synagogue and they built this and so on. And this is ours, not Italian, not Polish.
Okay, thank you. Meantime, we have two more questions. One is from Daniel Nisim, who asked, I didn't understand exactly the link between the Ark of Padua and the Rabbi Katzenelnbogen. And the second question comes from John Seligman. How was initial contact made between Jewish communities and architects in Italy? As such, communities presumably didn't have knowledge of architects in Italy, though were intermediaries. Ask John. Yeah.
Okay, I will start with John's question. The contacts were established not in Italy, but in Poland, in Bohemia. And we are not speaking now about the Italian architecture, Italian Jewish art and architecture. There were also contacts between the Jewish communities and the local architects, but it's something else. But in any case and in any place, the Jews looked at the market of architects and builders and masons, and just turned to what they wanted to turn. So the contacts were in Poland and not in Italy. Now, the connection between the Rabbi Katzenelnbogen and the Ark of Padua. In my, anyway, short presentation, I just had no time to give more details about the old Paduan synagogue. There was an old synagogue that was located near the later 17th century synagogue that we know now from Padua, the Scuola Tedesca of Padua. And this old synagogue was the synagogue established by Katzenelnbogen for the students of his yeshiva, or it was yeshiva and prayer hall in the yeshiva. And the Torah Ark, the technique and the style of the Torah Ark that I showed in a pre-war photograph prove its origin in around 1525, in the time of the building of that old Paduan synagogue by Katzenelnbogen. We have documents describing that even later, after the Maharam's death, there was his chair in the synagogue that marked with his name. Now, this ark was transferred to the ground floor of the building of Scuola Tedeschi, and was there and was altered. There was a Rococo addition to this Renaissance ark. But this is the connection between this ark and Katzenelnbogen, and it was most probably done. This ark was produced for his synagogue, and he should at least see this ark. And I mentioned his name because he was an uncle of Rabbi Moshe Isserles, and this proves the connections between this Italian type and the Polish, the first example of Renaissance art in Poland. This very particular type of composition was not found in Polish art of that time, with double columns or double pilasters. This composition appeared in Poland a little bit later. and the composition is identical. The composition of the Remus arc is identical to the composition of the Padovan arc, but it was filled in with the local art.
Ilya, additional question if you still have.
Yes, I have, if you have. Okay, I try to look this, yes. Bona Sforza imported a lot of Italian artists to Poland, right? She was not the first, but she added to the Italian colony in Poland. What were the most important elements of Eastern European synagogue architecture that were kept in the earlier in other form and not changed by the adoption of Renaissance stylistic? It's a very complicated question and demands maybe another lecture. But shortly, I think the planning of the early synagogues that was changed maybe, and maybe the planning of the seats in synagogues. The seats in Ashkenazi synagogues were not parallel rows as many of us think today. It was very not ordered situation. Some of seats faced the ark, some of them faced even the western wall of the synagogue, and from some places nobody can see the Holy Ark. And there were standards, lecterns that were stood in the synagogues and not the rows of benches as many of us think. So in some Ashkenazi synagogues, this order of seats survived until the Holocaust. In other synagogues, this was changed. So I think maybe this is the medieval legacy that survived in Ashkenazi synagogues through the ages. And the idea of the Torah ark as edicula, as a micro-architecture. So the Torah ark is looks like a small building.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there are no other questions, I would to thank Ilya again for your lecture and for your answering. And we have 20 minutes break, and we will meet again in what time? It's 1:30 according to Italian time and 2:30 according to Israeli time. We will meet here for the next panel about migrations, economics, and halacha. So thank you very much, and see you here in 20 minutes.
Thank everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Here we are. So I think we can start.
Yeah, I think people are coming back.
Okay. 1 minute.
Everybody has time for coffee, to make coffee.
Yes. 1 minute more.
Andrea,
Yeah.
it's Barbara in Montreal. I have a question for you.
Okay, please.
I see the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage.
Yes.
Wait a minute, the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage in Italy. What is the relationship between the foundation and the MEIS, the Museum of Italian Judaism? Do they work together, or are they?
No, in some way, the foundation is a section of the Union of the Jewish Community in Italy.
Yeah.
That in some way try to follow all the project of valorization of the Italian artistic, architectonical, bibliographical Jewish heritage. Of course, there is a very strict relation between the foundation and all the Jewish museum in Italy. And for example, our president of the foundation is in the same time the president of the Museum of Italian Judaism and the Shoah of Ferrara. So, of course, there is a relation about a specific project in some way. I don't know if
yeah, I'm listening, I'm taking it in. So where does the money flow? From the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage, or does it flow from the museum?
Yeah, I mean, no, the foundation in reality makes a work of coordination of project and try to help, especially the little Jewish community in Italy, to prepare project.
Wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a kind of foundation that make a work of coordination and optimization of the project in some way.
Beautiful.
Thanks. So
we don't have anything like that in Canada. I mean, we have different problems here, you know, but it's interesting to see how this dynamic works for preservation. I think Canada is too young. We need another 300 years.
But you can find all the projects that we coordinate in the past, and of course that we work on it now. Especially, for example, the project that mentioned the president design about the cemetery of Gorizia.
Yeah.
And in the website that is in English too, you can see what we did in the last years, because it's a very important work, especially because you know that the heritage here in Italy is very, very rich, but the most part of the times the Jewish community is disappear in some way, no? So maybe we've got incredible rich synagogues or cemeteries without Jews. And so very important that there is an institution that in some way try to show the richness of the patrimony and try to make a work of coordination. And this is really important, especially for the little community and for the center without the Jewish community.
Amazing. The more you talk, the more amazing I think it is.
Andrea, I think that we must start our
Okay, perfect. So welcome again to the conference Jewish Crossroads between Italy and Eastern Europe. And thanks again to Professor Rodov for the very, very interesting lecture he gave. It now gives me great pleasure to call Rav Amedeo Spagnoletto, director of the Museum of Italian Judaism and the Shoah of Ferrara, who will coordinate the first section of the conference entitled Migrations, Economics and Halakha. I remind you that each speaker has 15 minutes in order to have time at the end of the 4 lessons to ask questions to the speaker. So please, Rav Spagnoletto, Amedeo. Okay, welcome, Amedeo. And okay, let's start.
Let's start. Thank you so much, and nice to meet everybody. And also I welcome all the audience that you, Andrea, and the other people gathered today to speak about an interesting issue of the relationship between Italy and Eastern Europe. And now, without deserving, I am chairman of the first section of this interesting Congress meeting. Now, about the relationship of I am not an expert at all, but I was just to transmit you our suggestion. For example, I am a Roman, and when I was a child, I understood very, very quickly that that there was a connection between the proudness of the Italian Jewry that is not Ashkenazic, it's not Sephardic, and we are Italian, as everybody here knows about it. And so in Roma and in Italy at all, there was a figure that was representing the way of Italian Pesach. It means of the decision and the rights and the halakha of the Italian Jew. And this figure was the well-known Tzidkiah ben Avraham Arofeh, the author of the Shibbolei Haleket. Everybody knows that when we have to decide how to behave about issues, arguments of the halakha, we always put attention of the Pesakim, of the decisions of the Shibbolei Haleket of Avraham ben Avraham Arofeh. But by the beginning, I understood that this author, at the first years of his life, went to study, for example, in the Ashkenazic world. And so the authentic way of the Italian decisions and all the customs of the Italian people coming out from his book, we have to face also to the tradition of the Ashkenazic people, and also the background, Ashkenazic background of this figure of Tzidkiah ben Avraham Arofeh. And after, in other period, I think that the Professor Ilya Rodov, I entered just at the end of his lecture, but I heard about Padua and the Paduan rabbis, Katzenellenbogen, Eliezer Mimitz, and so on. And there were very important periods in Italy, like the periods between the half of the 15th century till the end of the 16th centuries, where Paduan and other communities were led by figures coming from the Ashkenazic world. And also the testimonies of this relationship is very, very thick. If we see, for example, the main communities in Italy where survives everywhere, even though destroyed a lot of synagogues, the three main synagogues, the Italian synagogue, the Sephardic synagogue as well, and the Ashkenazic one. I am here in Ferrara, and only yesterday I frequented here the building of the Jewish community, where in the same place are placed the three synagogues as the big one that was of Italian rite, and also the surviving synagogue of the Ashkenazic rite that right now is the only one in use, since there was the earthquake in the 2012, when the building of the community had very big problems, and so they are restoring, and now the synagogue in use is just the Ashkenazic one. So without focusing on other issues, I would introduce firstly Professor Alexander Bader, that will speak us about the onomastics, clues from onomastics. And his experience is very, very low. If you see about, oops, okay, wait a moment, please. I didn't finish yet, but just I want to remind the audience about the several dictionaries that he wrote about all different surnames, traditions, Ashkenazic, but also Sephardic and Italian as well. And I want to just to remind to the audience the first steps made by an Italian scholar like Vittore Colorni, who was one of the first figures and scholars facing with the origin of the onomastic, the Italian onomastic, and in particular to the Mantuan community onomastics were gathered the three different congregations, Ashkenazic, Sephardic, and Italian as well. So please, Alexander, I give you the ground, please, with your lecture.
Hello. So I will speak about Jewish migration between Italy and Eastern Europe with using onomastics like a tool to unravel these links. First of all, I will speak about migration from Italy to Eastern Europe. And when I was invited by Vladimir and Andrea to about to participate here in this conference, I just thought that I have an excellent possibility to make a summary of what I wrote already in different books, publish it. And so, first of all, I took my books concerning first names of Ashkenazic Jews and history of Yiddish, which were published during some years ago. And what is the when I looked into the given names used by Ashkenazic Jews and language used by Ashkenazic Jews in Eastern Europe, so Eastern Yiddish, what can we say about the links? Actually, we find no traces at all of Italian dialects found. They are not found in the corpus of traditional given names, nor in Yiddish dialects of Eastern Europe. Does this mean that there were no migration? No, absolutely no, because actually when the Italian northern Italian Jewish community were mainly Ashkenazic, that is until 16th century. when there were very large Ashkenazi community in the Republic of Venice, in such cities like Venice, Padua, Verona. There were also many large Ashkenazi community is in the Duchy of Milan, primarily in Cremona, Pavia. There were many Ashkenazi Jews living in Casale Monferrato, in Ferrara, in Mantua. So when all this community were really Ashkenazic and produced a lot of books, printed books and manuscripts, actually this community were classical Ashkenazi community using Yiddish. And so this is why if we were migrating from Northern Italy to Eastern Europe, we were having typical names, first names, which were also used in Western Europe, in the south of Germany, from where mainly this community migrants came to Italy, and in Prague, that was very close community, very close culturally, and to, for example, the community of Verona. So both given names and the language used by Italian Ashkenazic Jews in Northern Italy, we were very close to the dialects and the names used by other Ashkenazic Jews. And so this is why there were no Italian influence yet. So next step was to look whether we can find any traces of migration from Italy to Eastern Europe by analyzing last names. And so actually for last names, or the surnames, there is another problem, because during the period when migration could take place, neither Italian Ashkenazic Jews nor Eastern European Jews were not using last name surnames yet. So this is why, even if during this period there was some migration, we cannot find their traces, because these people were not having fixed hereditary names. The only exception were rabbinical families, and studying rabbinical families in Eastern Europe were the only group of Ashkenazic Jews who had family names. And so looking into the rabbinical families, we find some traces. So first of all, of course, Rapoport, which was clearly originated in Italy, because originally it was a Rapp family from Nuremberg that came to Venice area, and then it was in northern Italy that the second port coming from the local Italian dialect pronunciation of the town of Porta was added to this name. So this priestly family, clearly its name originated in Italy, and members of this family were numerous in Eastern Europe during the last century. Katzenelnbogen, what was mentioned already in the previous lecture by Ilya Rodov, of course, the name does not come itself from Italy, but it was acquired in Italy, because it was only in Italy that this name appeared for the first time when the rabbi called Meir, came to Padua from the town of Katzenelnbogen in Germany. So the name, last name Katzenelnbogen, appeared for the first time in 16th century in Italy. And from Italy, it spread out to other parts of Europe, including Eastern Europe. For example, the grandson of Meir Katzenelnbogen, famous legendary king of the night, for the night, Shaul Val, he was a grandson of Katzenelnbogen, of Meir Katzenelnbogen. And then at the beginning of 19th century, Russian Jews were to take surnames. One branch descending from Katzenelnbogen acquired the name Padua, which is just a Polish version of the Italian city of Padua, from which Meir Shaul Val came to the territory of modern Belarus. Another name which also appeared for the first time in Italy is Ulma, when a rabbi from German town, a city of Ulm, came there, and from there Ulma and also variant Ulman widespread to other Ashkenazi community. There are some doubts about whether some branches of famous other rabbinical families like Landau, Luria, Minsk, Halpern, or Halpern, I'm sure that some of them came also through Italy. And actually the name of Luria, the oldest Ashkenazic surname, most likely comes from this town of Luria in northern Italy. Other examples are a rabbi in Ruthenia, in this town of Przeworsk at the end 16th century, is called Abraham Italius. Of course, he was Ashkenazic, but his nickname indicates his origin. In the 17th century, in Krakow, we find David Morpurgo. The name is initially, it came from the city of Maribor, which is now in Slovenia, but the form Morpurgo is purely Italian, and it is from Italy that a branch of his family came to Krakow. Also in Krakow, we find in the same 17th century another rabbinical family called Bloch, and here the name clearly comes from the Polish word Włoch, meaning Italian, and with a typically Yiddish change of the initial vl into bl, because an Yiddish vl at the beginning is absolutely impossible. And so this family, Ashkenazic family again, also its name shows that the ancestors came from Italy. And in the some names that appeared in Eastern Europe were not Ashkenazic, like for example, the 16th century physician Kalahora, Sephardic name. In Krakow in 17th century, Solomon Włochovich Sephardi. Włochovich means son of Italian, but his last name, nickname Sephardi, indicates that he was really Sephardic. And also 19th century, where is an example of Montefiore, in 20th century, a very famous Soviet physicist, Bruno Pontecorvo. These are two examples of names which are Montefiore and Pontecorvo, which are neither Ashkenazic nor Sephardic, but Italian. In Zamość, which was also mentioned during the presentation of Ilya Rodov, there was a unique Sephardic community that was established at the end of the 16th century after the foundation of this city of Zamość by a local Polish noble. And we have a list of all people who are known by names from the period when this Sephardic community existed. And I highlighted in yellow where the indication which clearly show that almost all of them actually came from Italy, because two of them have names Venetianus in the Latin document, so from Venice, and more than one half are called Italicos in Latin documents, and even one is called Italicos in a Hebrew document. And who were these people? We were mainly, some of them have surnames like Zacuto, Castiel, De Campos. So all this, at least a majority of these people were not migrants from, which were expelled from Spain. These were Jews who belonged to the ex-Marana community. So their ancestors went through the several generations of Catholics, and then their descendants returned to the faith of their ancestors. Some of them from Italy, and Venice was the main hub for such people at the beginning of during the second half of 16th century, together with Ferrara and Ancona. So, but mainly from Venice, they came to Zamość. We also have, I found several examples of names for which we cannot be sure about the origin of their first bearers, because Fortis, the family existed in Italy, but there were several branches. One was Ashkenazic, another was Sicilian, third one was Italian. So this family appearing as Kazakh in Hebrew documents. We are not sure which one of these branches came to Poland. In 19th century in Poland, there was a name Rinaldo, and I think it is a corrupted form of Corinaldo from an Italian place and Italian Jewish last names. And finally, Włoski, that means just Italian, also a name found in 19th century. A few words concerning migration to Italy from Eastern Europe. So for this, I used my last published book, a dictionary of Jewish surnames from Italy, France, and Portuguese communities. And so what I was able to find in this book. So there is some names, unique names, for example, De Polonia, Da Polonia in Lombardy in the mid-16th century, but clearly explicitly indicates the provenance from Poland. The name Polacco, whose first occurrence correspond to the end of 16th century in Mantua, in the Ashkenazic congregation of Mantua, became a very common name. And until 20th century, many branches of this bearing this name were found in Italy, in different parts of Italy. Cracovia, also the first reference is so someone from Krakow, Genoa in 16th. And then if we look into the list mainly of students in Padua University in the 16th century, we find some names which for some people, for students for whom their provenance from Poland is indicated explicitly. And since in Poland during this time there were no last names yet, again, we find only bearers of rabbinical families like Bachrach, Weil, Spira, Shor, and a very famous example of Rabbi Natan Hanover, who came to Venice before he was a rabbi in Volhynia. At the same century, we find an example of a Jew called Sacerdote in Padua from Vilna. Clearly, it's just the Italian calque translation of Hakohen. And during the 16th and 17th century, we also find some Polish Jews whose names correspond to Italian place names. How it's possible? It's just because these Jews, when they were coming from Poland to northern Italy, they had no last name. And when they were coming to Venice, Genoa, Padua, they were known under the nicknames that corresponded to the Italian place where we lived before coming to Venice, Genoa, and Padua, like Soresina, Ferlenghe, and Stilia. And finally, last centuries, we have an example of Yekutiel Ben Leib Gordon from Vilna, a physician who was present in the 18th century in Italy. And during the second half of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, many Jews came from Eastern Europe to Italy, and some of them became very famous and important for their names became important for Italian Jewish culture, like Olszki, which is said, but the family coming from Eastern Prussia, but actually I really doubt about this because the name sounds like a simplification of a Polish Jewish name Olszewski. Uschmitz, the father of Italo Svevo, who came from Transylvania, Zoller from Galicia, Ginsburg from Odessa, and why I ended with Scherf, because Scherf was the person who wrote the first scholarly book about Jewish names in Italy, and he wrote it just a few years after he came from Bukovina. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Alexander, thank you so much for reminding us our roots, and also to see that the roots of the Ashkenazic world come also from Italy as well. There are a lot of names that we are familiar with in Italian, like the Morpurgo. I wanted to quote also the Morpurgo because the Morpurgo, as you know, are are very spread here in Italy and all the Adriatic communities like Ancona, Trieste, and were spread in other communities as well. And like Andrea can testify us from his special point of view of this issue. Now we are going quickly to the second scholar. And now I am the pleasure, I'm very, very glad to introduce Germano Manfredi of the University of Milan, that who published just 1 year or a couple of years ago an important book about the history of the Jews in Italy, and he is a professor of economic history and social history in the modern age. And it's interesting because the challenging of making a synthesis of several studies that he made, and also of the other scholars, into a book about the history of the Italian Jews is always very, very hard. And the result of his research is deeply considered by other scholars, at least from my point of view here in Italy, and I had the chance of collaborating with him, and is a very important scholar, going several times in partnership with the foundation. And therefore, I'm glad to give him the ground. Please.
Thank you, Rav Spagnoletto, for this flattering presentation. I also, of course, very grateful to Andrea Morpurgo and Vladimir Levin for the invitation. So let's see if I can share my screen. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
So I'm going to enlarge it. Hopefully this is going to be a little better now. So I'm going to talk to a theory at first, and then to enter a case study, which is the case study of the Duchy of Milan. Theories are what we consider now the relationship between politics and Jews in the early modern and modern age. In particular, the philosopher and political scientist Hannah Arendt, both in The Origins of Totalitarianism, her book of 1958, and her celebrated book, The Banality of Evil of 1963, argue that since biblical and Greco-Roman antiquity, the Jews in the diaspora managed their political and material condition by negotiating forms of direct protection on the part of secular and ecclesiastical rulers. So in this way, according to Arendt, Jews developed a historical action that tended to make them dependent on the highest authorities of each country. In return, that dependency allowed the Jewish communities and their businesses not to be at the mercy of local institutions and of smallest administrative powers, which were often unable or unwilling to contain the periodical emergencies of hostility and aggressiveness from the mobs. So based on this long-term strategy, Arendt maintained the position of court Jew, in German Hofjude or Hoffaktor, took root in medieval and early modern Central, Eastern, and Western Europe. And this definition was commonly attributed to those Jews who held high position and financial, fiscal, and or administrative responsibilities in many states of the Holy Roman Empire, but also in France, in England, and in Italy as well, especially in the papal court. Those court Jews were often large bankers, international merchants, and or affluent holders of contracts for the supply of state armies. And they were often employed by the sovereigns for the collection of duties, taxes, and thus they provided the state with money they successively collected at their own expense and at their own risks from taxpayers. In dialogue with Arendt, the distinguished historians Joseph Chaim Yerushalmi, which I was supposed to show you about, has developed a particularly acute reading of the relationship between Jews and political power in European history. His hypothesis is that the Jews of the diaspora developed a political strategy aiming at privileging the so-called vertical alliances with princes, kings, popes, emperors, republics. Thus, a web of direct top-down relationship between the representative of the local Jewish communities and the sovereigns was built, according to Yerushalmi, in order to redistribute state resources within the Jewish communities and act as a shield in the face of periodic explosion of popular hostilities. Periodical failures in such vertical alliances could lead the expulsion of the Jews from some territories, which, though very often were not concretely enforced, or were cancelled within a few years following vertical negotiations between Jewish communities and rulers. And as evidence of the crucial nature of these vertical alliances between Jews and sovereign powers, Yerushalmi cites the condotte and other local laws, constitution, capitulations issued by the kings as a result of pacts between the Jews and the Christian powers. Yerushalmi developed his political paradigm also in order to provide a long-term explanation of the historical roots of the Holocaust. The scholar argues, in fact, that the millennium unfolding of these vertical alliances, while allowing Jews to stabilize their diasporic presence throughout Europe, led the Jewish communities to underestimate the growing anti-Semitic hostility in the 19th and early 20th century. After the rise of the modern democracies, the Jews, according to Yerushalmi, could not longer count on vertical relationship with rulers in order to thwart popular anti-Jewish hatred. The political and cultural context of the new national states has changed, with the masses assuming a key role on the political scene throughout elections. So the Italian history is a formidable laboratory for those scholars who wish to test this hypothesis on the relationship between Jews and political powers within societies of the past. The extraordinary long-term continuity of those Jewish presence in Italy and the equally unique quality, abundance, and chronological breadth of the preserved written and visual historical sources were produced in the framework of great variety of medieval and early modern Jewish and Christian institutions and relationship. So moreover, the complex historical landscape of Italy allows us to carry out systematic and comparative long-term investigations on a plurality of political forms, such as princes, emperors, kings, popes, aristocratic republics, that is almost impossible to find when investigating in isolation other European states, other European realities of the past. So what I'm basically arguing here is that the historiographical category of vertical relations between Jews and sovereigns in the history of Europe should be enlarged to encompass a much wider and variegated bundles of interaction between sovereigns, Jewish communities, and the so-called court Jews. That the employee, and I'm arguing that the employee of the Italian laboratory could provide depth, contextualization, and a more accurate description of the creation of the forms and of the development of Jewish-Christian political interactions in the long run. So the case of the Duchy of Mantova shows us, for example, that a vast spectrum of interaction connected the local, Western and Eastern European Jews with the political projects of the Gonzaga ruling family, not only in financial, commercial, fiscal matter, but also in the trade of furniture, jewels, tapestries, art objectives at the highest level. The dukes relied on Jewish collaborators and intermediaries. Both local and Eastern European Jews greatly contributed to the formation of the Gonzaga's Celeste Galleria, which accumulated over 2,000 paintings and thousands of other works of art, furniture, bronzes, jewels over the centuries. The Galleria was at the time exhibited to noble visitors, other sovereigns, diplomats in the ducal and in the Te palaces, as well as in other places around the city and around the duchy. This collection was famous and was envied in all European courts, and was a formidable instrument for the creation and accumulation of prestige, trust, influence, visibility, diplomatic accountability. In a word, it was a source of political capital and a source of political power. The Celeste Galleria was created also with the help of many Jewish counselors who conveyed to Mantua paintings, statues, jewels, furnishings, even from Central and Eastern Europe. Moreover, Jewish merchants acting through Eastern European commercial networks, as I will try to show briefly in two specific cases, conveyed furs, medicines, stones, precious metal to the Mantuan court, thus contributing in different ways to the strengthening of the dynastic political project. This was also thanks to the participation of such Jewish tradesmen to the cultural redefinition of the prince's body as a device of power, to be embellished, to be strengthened, to be treated with clothes, accessories, pharmaceuticals, drugs that came from both Eastern and outside Europe, but mainly from Eastern Europe, I guess. It is the case of the magician and alchemist Abraham Colorni, who, after being at the service of Alfonso II d'Este in Ferrara, from 1588 lived in the Prague court of the Emperor Rudolf II. When he wished to return to Italy, Abraham was evaluated for his previous services by the Duke of Mantua, Vincenzo I Gonzaga, on the basis of the information that in Prague, and I quote, they believe he is valid, especially in the area of saltpeter. And his son Simone, known as Il Morino, in turn, stayed with his father at the court of Prague and Stuttgart before moving on to work as a consultant and intermediary in jewelry and piece of art in the Gonzaga court. He developed some big shots dealing with Tiziano's nephew in the sale of the art collection of the Cardinal Pietro Bembo. And in these occasions, he designed several pieces for the Mantua court. He picked them and he advised the Duke that there was little gold in that collection, so it was not going to be convenient to buy any pieces anymore. And like his father, Simone Colorni was familiar with the Central and Eastern Europe world of alchemy and medicine, what once more connected the Gonzaga court to the magical atmosphere of Rudolf II's Prague. Here, Colorni bought several valuable pharmaceutical pieces, sending to Mantua oils and medicines to the Dukes Vincenzo I, Vincent I. In particular, de Morino became an expert in the production of the highly coveted so-called unicorn powder, which was probably extracted from cetaceans, and considered an antidote against deadly poisons. The Mantuan ambassador in Prague, Aderbale Manerbio, was, for example, convinced that Colorni had saved him from a violent night attack, as he wrote in the to the Duke of Mantua in October 1608. And this is an example of a letter for a lack of time I'm not going to read. So the political and diplomatic significance inherent in the research and purchase of pharmaceutical is, I think, still overlooked by political historians. But if we read, for example, another letter from Prague sent in 1590 by Guido Boni, another Mantua ambassador to the court of Emperor Rudolf II, in order to define the purchase of fine leathers and furs, we have another example of this cruciality of Eastern Jewish merchant between East and Western Europe. I wrote to your lordship that I couldn't find here good and beautiful furs of black foxes, and that therefore I had given orders to write to certain merchants in Poland and in Sweden to stock them up. But beyond that, having now to open a very solemn fair in Leipzig, where all the main merchants of these things come together from all these countries and from Poland and Muscovy, I have given orders to people who have already left for going there, well-known and affectionate people, so that they can do all the diligence as far as those furs, for all that beauty that can be found. And this diligence I did in the presence of a son of Grosseto, a Jew from over there, who now finds himself here. And as for the fate of those furs that your lordship have recently written to me, the representative goes on, whether they are of different colors and hair, I cannot say anything, because after the arrival of the aforementioned last letters, these Jews with whom it is convenient to deal with have always celebrated. I think it is for the last feasts of their Frascate, the Sukkot feast, but with the next courier, I'll write more. So what is interesting here is that in order to satisfy the demand for luxury goods from the Gonzagas, their ambassador carefully searched the whole Central Eastern Europe, directly benefiting from the mobilization of networks of Eastern European Jewish merchants. And this collaboration also activated a variety of cultural exchanges between Jews and Christian statesmen, who, as we saw in this last letter, are supposed to learn a development knowledge about Jewish holidays, about Jewish custom, in order to carry on a more efficient market. This is another example of those commercial letters. Mantua is written to Mantua in 1690, also from Prague and for the ambassador. It is not possible for the diligence that one can use as a man of the word to find those furs in this country. As for the black foxes, I was recently assured that nobody in Poland, Sweden, or in Moscow can find them in quantity. It is enough to cut a lining out of there. So it's very difficult to find those furs. Nobody wants to bring those furs here because they consider them as jewels. They want me to go and get them. Your Highness and your Lordship are assured that in all of Bohemia and perhaps in all of Germany, there is not to be found a coat of fine black foxes. And they say that in all Poland, there was none, except one who belonged to the King of Poland, Stefano Bathory. So it's a question of prestige, of political honor to find beautiful furs and to get them to Mantua, because it's a question of political status and political trust. So it is interesting that in this, and I'm going to end, in this relationship, the Christian rulers are trying to study the Jewish merchants and to understand if they are reliable, how to pick them, how to establish a network between them. So, for example, the Mantua ambassador defines a Jewish agent working with the Grosseto, Mr. Ventura, a man smart and faithful of human faith, well-known and esteemed. So you can see here the difficulties of finding a criterion which can put together faith in the Christian acception of the word and the fact that, of course, Jewish were of another faith. So they are defined smart and faithful of human faith people. This category of faithful of human faith is quite interesting, I guess, because it's a trial to grasp trust within a different religious group. Once again, the skins bought at the Leipzig fair by this Jew who went there expressly were very beautiful and at a honest price. And this is the last point I wanted to touch. The black foxes that are commonly found over here in sufficient quantity to make whole clothes and clocks were very beautiful, but in truth, they cannot be called black at all, but rather silvery dark. So the color is important. The Jews can work on different colors, different kind of furs. The Jews who went to the fair gave me a receipt for what he spent, a sum that turned out to be somewhat greater than what we had thought, due to the magnitude of the duties the Jews pay for their people in Saxony. So maybe your lordship, the ambassador writes to the Duke, could put in a word with her highness, with the emperor, and write to me what you ordered about this. So the impression here is that the Jewish merchant, while providing furs, providing services, which are political services, I guess, to the Duke, also find a way of establishing sort of mediation between their economic interest of the single Jewish communities and the general interest of the trade. So they put pressure on the representative of the Duke in order to put pressure on the emperor in order to lower taxes on the Jewish communities. So once again, I think this view of this political relationship is wider and more complex than just the idea of vertical alliance is, and this kind of commercial strategies can give us a more in-depth and more, I guess, wide picture of this whole issue in the early modern era. Thank you so much.
Okay, I open. Thank you, Germano, for your proofs and the introduction about the conditions of the Jews as presented by the never passed book of Yerushalmi, Zachor, and for your cases that you presented of the Duchy of Mantua. And now we pass to another important contribute brought by Lucas Stipula from the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies of Jagiellonian University in Krakow. And he will speak about Shlomo Luria and about his collection of responsa. Shlomo Luria quoted several times by Italian rabbis. I want to bring you my special experience, for example, about, you know, that the Italian people make the nudes of the talit or the talled, as called in Italy, that the men wear during the preach. And the nudes are different by the nudes of the Ashkenazic people and some of the Sephardic people as well. And if you see about a source of making these kind of nudes, when I was child, I asked and I found out that was according to the Shlomo Luria way of doing the nudes of the Taled. And so is interesting proof of the strict relationship between his way of responsa, of making his Pesakim and the customs of the majority of the Italian Jews here in Italy. Please, Lucas, tell us something about this famous Rabbi Shlomo Luria.
Okay, thank you for the chance to share with you very, very brief remarks regarding some interactions between Polish Rabbi Shlomo Luria and Italy. So a few words about my speech plan. It will be divided into 3 parts. First of all, I would like to present a few facts about Jewish Lublin and Shlomo Luria itself. Secondly, I would like to say a few things about the rabbinical responses and their meaning. And thirdly, and then at the very end, I would like to read 2 responsa, of course, in this short version of this 2 responsa, connect with Luria, Lublin, and direct with Italy. So in the 16th and 17th century, the Jewish culture in Poland reached one of the highest level of development. In particular, this state was affected by influence of rabbinic writings, which mostly deal with the study of the Torah, Jewish law, and the Talmud, considered by the Jews as the book of wisdom and Torah's religious interpretations. Familiarity of the rabbinic writings at the time was mandatory and determined a specific manner of action. One of the greatest Talmudic scholars of the time was Rabbi Solomon Luria, called Maharshal. In the second half of the 16th century, Lublin's Jews made efforts to obtain the privilege of building a Talmudic academy from the king. The first rector of the new school, the Rosh of the yeshiva, was, of course, Rabbi Shlomo Luria, who strongly criticized of dialectical teaching method of Talmud called Pilpul, previously practiced in Lublin. For this reason, he remained in constant argument with many rabbis from Poland and from Europe, including the son of the former rabbi Shalom Shachna, another rabbi in Lublin, Israel Shachna. As Lublin Yeshiva's rector, he was propagating a rational method of interpreting Talmud, but at the same time, he rejected philosophical concept of Aristotle, which from his point of view were not possible to agree with the teaching of the Torah. Due to his enormous knowledge and remarkable didactic talents, the Lublin's yeshiva became one of the best Talmudic academics in contemporary Europe. Also, under his guidance, it arrived at the greatest blooming period in Poland, and the city, Lublin, gained a respectable title of Jerusalem of the Crown of the Kingdom of Poland. The Talmudic law, halacha, constitute the main subjects of teachings in Lublin's yeshiva. During its existence, it attracted thousands of students from all over the kingdom, and oftentimes from abroad. What is more, many of them became part of the intellectual elite, shaping a life of Ashkenazi Jews over the next few decades, not only in Poland, but also in Europe. And the fame of the Lublin yeshiva spread widely throughout Europe. Solomon Luria left behind a significant collections of work, which lasted till this day, throughout later reprints, of course, but not only. The assemblage mainly includes extensive comments on respective Talmudic treatises, on other codifications from the scope of Jewish law. For example, Amudei Shlomo, Chochmat Shlomo, Yam Shel Shlomo, I think the most popular book, Luria book, or Yeriot Shlomo. So rabbinic responses are another group of texts that constitute a precious source for the history of the Jewish heritage of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It is one of the main genres of rabbinical writings, devoted to matters concerning liturgy and Jewish law, created in the form of written responses of scholars of undoubted authority to questions posed by other scholars, kahals, and individual Jews. Such questions were addressed to Luria not only by local residents in Lublin or in Poland, but also from rabbis from all over Europe, for example, Italy, France, Spain, Russia, and even Turkey. Throughout the whole country, Jews approached their rabbi mainly with questions and problems related to marriage, practice of holidays, kosher products, or compensation for suffered damage. Supposedly, on the ground of those writings and due to their large number, Luria in the following years wrote his famous Talmudic comments on treatises such as Gittin, Yevamot, Kiddushin, Chulin, or Beitza. As collective work, Shelot Uteshuvot was published in Hebrew in a Lublin publishing house belonging to Kalonimos ben Mordechai Yoffe in the 1574 a year after Solomon's Luria death. Rabbinic responses are of a religious nature and demonstrate a close bond between Judaism and the social background of community, collectively expressing the holiness of God through the continuum of historical knowledge, strongly embedded in the historical line of Jewish civilization, which results in formation of appropriate common, it's important, and individual behaviors. Cultural message comprised in Shelot Uteshuvot is a connecting factor between generations, and due to religious factors, its role is more important than in secular domains. An important role in this message is played by authority, which guarantees the faith in a world cannot be seen, but which by faith must be recognized. The religious message in Judaism must elude from the authority, from the importance and seriousness of testimony. And since it is a continuous message consisting of unbroken sequence of changes, it cannot be, apart from the initial phase, a direct certificate, but only an indirect one, through all the indirect links of transmission. Between authority, which is a deep justification for the sacred series of successive messages forming one great historical trend, and was initiation the spiritual path of a given community. It is mandatory and essential to establish a direct contact with God in the sense of eminent spiritual leaders. In the second half of the 16th century, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Rabbi Shlomo Luria was considered such a person. It is therefore necessary to reflect on the issue how Shelot Uteshuvot fulfilled the task of consolidating, protection, intergenerational transmission, and adaptations to the civilizational changes of the religious message deriving directly from the Jewish law. The law that draws on a constant reference to what has already been done and is worth a constant effort and vigilance not to let it disappear from the field of the view of the collective memory of the a specific community. The responses written by Solomon Luria coincided with the third period in the history of the development of rabbinic literature genre, called Aharonim, literally the last ones. During this period, the dispersion, persecution, and exile of Jews from the different countries caused complications related to the diversity of the customs. The responses with the time became mainly limited to religious practice and to philosophical issue to a lesser extent. Over time, responses began to cover topics considering whole Jewish life and its all aspects. For this reason, they are considered a very important historical source, as also for religion and cultural history. There is not much time today to show more examples, so I would like to focus on two responses sent to Luria from the Jewish community of Padova. I hope they will point out of the problems and the task of Shelot Uteshuvot that I just presented. So these responses are related to the one of the greatest Italian rabbis and halakhists of his time, namely, once again, Meir ben Isaac Katzenellenbogen. He was born in Prague, where together with Shalom Shachna, another rabbi from Lublin, he studied under the well-known casuist Jacob Polak. From Prague, he went to Padua, where he studied under Judah ben Eliezer Halevi Mintz, marrying his granddaughter Hannah, daughter of Abraham ben Judah Halevi Mintz. In 1525, after his mother father-in-law death, he was appointed rabbi of the Ashkenazi synagogue of Padua, serving there until his death in 1565. So now, first, I want to present first responsa from the Luria's books, responsa number 6. So I quote in the translation of Simon Urwitz. In the city of Padua, the ritual bath house of the Jewish community was placed in the yard of the synagogue, and the women going there before dark were exposed to the view and the comments of the loiterers. For it was not customary for women to go to the synagogue for the evening prayers. The most discreet women would postpone their obligatory immersions until Saturday night. Judah, and then his son Abraham, ordered that the women go to cleanse and wash their hair preparatory to immersion by night rather than at twilight. This was based on the precedent. In the early part of the 13th century, Eleazar ben Yehuda of Worms established a custom that for the sake of chastity, women should conceal their immersion from their neighbors. Mayor of Padua and his son Judah, as each held the rabbinic post in Padua, upheld this reform by declaring it permissible for the woman to take a ritual bath at night. Contrary to all the facts mentioned, another rabbi from Padua, in the absence of Judah, delivered a lecture before the women in which he opposed this and warned them that night cleansing would not render them ritual clean to cohabit with their husbands, so that the children of the cohabitations after such a cleansing would be mamzerim. So the question is number 1, is there any ground for Rabbi Meir of Padua and his son Judah upholding this custom? Question number 2, would the children born of the cohabitations which took place after such night cleansing be mamzerim? Answer, Luria's answer. This custom was properly upheld. The custom of going to the bath house by day rather than at night was instituted by the women themselves in order that they be able to their cleansing and washer of their hair more properly. But now, since it is determined for them to go there by day, the custom of going at night is preferable. Answer number 2. And the statement of Rabbi that children of such cohabitations would be mamzerim was certainly made by error. For according to the law, the child of the nidah is not a mamzer, although it holds an inferior position in Israel. And the second responsa is number 28. Someone spread a malicious rumor about a certain man that he had slept with his own married sister in one bed and bathed with her in the one bath. The questions. So this terrible accusation was brought to the notice of Rabbi Meir of Padua. The questions: what punishment had to be inflicted upon this malicious slanderer? Answer: according to Talmudic law, he would deserve the corporal punishment of the 40 lashes 4 times over, twice for accusing the man of incense with a woman that is his sister and married, and twice again for accusing the woman of incest and adultery, which should be inflicted in the synagogue after the Minha service on Mondays and Thursdays during 2 consecutive weeks. But since we are not enabled to enforce the law of the 40 lashes because of the fear of informers, the 40 lashes now practice is nothing more than a ceremony. Therefore, I would suggest, first, that a fine of 8 godranis should be substituted for the lashes plus court expenses. Second, that he should come to the synagogue during the service clothed in black and confess his guilt while holding 2 black lighted candles in his hands and ask for forgiveness from God and from the people. Should the slanderer not submit to the punishment, he should be put under a ban. As I have already indicated, the responses are a collection of published answer to questions asked by various rabbinical authorities and ordinary inhabitants. In this manner, a specific legal culture was formed, similar to the later Anglo-Saxon system based on the precedents. The responses share a long history of all rabbinic literature, written over at least 14 centuries in various countries. The fact that they cover such a wide range of the time and space reflects in a portrait of the history and the life of many, many countries. Questions posed by the community are mostly of the general nature, but they may take a specific meaning about the ritual usefulness of some new foods or the general religious traditions of the city. For example, the issue of the Eruv in Lublin or issue of mikvah in Padua. Additional information offered by the rabbis' answers is often of cultural and historical significance. Taking these few responses as an example, I tried to show the relationship between Lublin and various communities in Italy, especially, of course, in Padua, using for this the halacha and responses. The work of Salomon's Luria will certainly constitute a firm material basis of this message and serve as a value source of the history of Jewish heritage, not only in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but also in Italy. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lucas, for your interesting lectures and for these models, examples given us, taken from the Shelot Utshuvot of Shlomo Luria. And always we come back to the central point of what was Padua from the middle of the 15th century until the end of the 16th century, and by how was central and a pivot the figures of these rabbis in the relationship between our congregations in Italy and the center of the rabbinical studies in the Eastern Europe. Now we are going through Professor Elimelech Vestrech of the Faculty of Law of Tel Aviv University, and also the Rabbi Elimelech Vestrech, and speaking us about the economic relationship in the family according to the Jewish law between Poland and Italy in the early modern period. And please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My topic is economic relations in the family between Poland and Italy. Economic relations in the family are among...
May you put the microphone much more close to the...
Just a minute. Now it is better?
Not so much, but we can hear you.
Just a minute, I will do it now.
That's fine.
Fine? Okay, thank you. Economic relations in the family are among the important issues in family law, in modern legal systems, in Jew and in traditional, just a minute, okay, I would like to do something, okay. Again, the topic, economic relations in the family, are among the important issues in family law, in modern legal systems, and in traditional systems as well. In Jewish law in Italy and Poland in the early modern period, this issue was discussed intensively. The topic of economic relations in the family involves two levels: relations between parents and children, and relations between the spouses. Relations between the spouses involve three areas: monetary, property, and mutual support. The mutual support includes: one, the duty of the husband to supply maintenance, housing, healthcare, etc. for his wife. Second, the duty of the wife to transfer her income to the husband and to attend to the household. The monetary part is usually arranged in the ketubah, which contains three parts: the essence of the ketubah, the additional ketubah, and the dowry, which is called nichsei tzom barzel, and I will discuss it intensively later. About the property, a differentiation is made between the husband and wife's property, unlike in modern days. In principle, the husband's property belongs to him, but the wife has a lien on it to guarantee the payment of the ketubah. The wife's property is generally of two types. One is semi-law, which she continues to own, although its fruits belong to her husband who managed it. The second is tzom barzel, which is transferred into the possession of the husband, but he is responsible for returning it in its full value after the dissolution of the marriage. In this presentation, I focus on the following topics from the large topic of economic relations. The additional dowry, which is called nichsei tzom barzel, shared control of the property of both spouses, full right of the wife on her private property, and the right of the woman to inherit her father. In most of the topics, Italy and Poland, at least North Italy, shared same attitudes and were dissimilar from the Sephardic tradition. I would like to add also that what we will find the customs here in Poland and Italy might be very helpful for current days in Israel to ease some big conflicts between state and religion, but it is not my topic. The property of the wife restrictions. According to the Talmud and later Jewish law scholars, the right of the wife over her property, is limited. The husband enjoys the following rights. First, get the fruits of his wife's property. 2, manage the property. 3, prevent the wife from making transactions in her property. And 4, inherit the wife. In both Italy and Poland, we find a legal method that enables the wife to ignore all these restrictions by using a special deed called shtar siluk. According shtar siluk, which is a deed of withdrawal. According to legal sources from the Mishnah onward, the above restrictions were dispositive, not cogente, what we call in legal language. This means that the spouses could set conditions that they would not apply in their case. Clearly, such an arrangement provided a great advantage to the wife. By the way, in Israel, this was achieved by the legislation of the Equal Rights of the Woman Act only in the 1950s, followed by noteworthy conflicts with the rabbinical courts. Here, in the early modern period in Italy and Poland, the legal instrument that was used was the shtar siluk. It was not done not by legislation and not by interpretation of existing halachic sources. Just a minute. Yes. Just a minute. Yes. The shtar siluk was incorporated in the well-known corpus of Ashkenazi deeds, Nachalat Shiva. It proves that the deed became a standard and a widespread contract in Poland. It contains the following stipulation. 1, the husband has no right to get the fruits of his wife's property or to manage them. 2, the wife has full right to make transactions in her property. 3, the husband has no right to inherit his wife's property. By the way, the second change, I know that in English law it was only achieved in the middle of the 19th century, but here in Poland and Italy, we will find it already in the 15th century. The deed also defines the term property in a broad manner to include everything, even future property, and to exclude only the wife's dowry. In a responsum of Rabbi Yosef Kulon, he stated that the husband obligated himself by a deed of withdrawal, shtar siluk. The wife received from her father a deed of inheritance. I will discuss it later at the shtar chatzi zachar. The husband argued that his withdrawal from the property of the wife by the shtar siluk applies only to real properties that already existed in the ownership of the wife when the deed was contracted. Therefore, it does not apply to the inheritance deed, which was a right to materialize in the future after the father would die. Rabbi Yosef Kulon rejected the husband's position entirely. According to him, there was no doubt that the obligation by the deed includes every type of property, excluding only the dowry. It appears from the responsum that the shtar siluk was not rare in northern Italy. It is obvious that Rabbi Yosef Kulon interpreted the shtar siluk in a broad sense in order to empower the wife. Now we move to another topic, which is shared control. In Poland, a prenuptial agreement, which is called shtar tnaim, was common, and it was also incorporated in the Nachalat Shiva corpus of deeds, chapter number 8. The first clause of the shtar tnaim decreed: the spouses will not smuggle and hide one from the other any property in the world, but they will control their property equal. The plain meaning of the text is that the husband and wife will have control each over the other's property. It is not clear what the extent of the control is. Some scholars in Israel in current days try to derive the modern concept of shared ownership from this clause, but I doubt it. At least we can derive from it the idea of shared control. It means both spouses can control the dowry of each of the other spouse. Rabbi Yosef Kulon mentioned a similar clause, probably from a prenuptial agreement, in another case, chapter 57, in which the facts were as following. Excuse me. A husband claims that his wife rebelled against him and therefore he stashed all her dowry. Rabbi Kulon sharply criticized the behavior of the husband, arguing that the act was unlawful until the husband proved this case by witness. Without solid proof, the husband was even not allowed to smuggle his dowry on the basis of the above clause. In his opinion of Rabbi Kulon, the dowries of both spouses are intended for the benefit of the couple and to guarantee the maintenance of the wife. Now we come to the third topic, which also is an important improvement of the position of the wife in matters of economic relations. A deed of inheritance, which is called shtar chatzi zachar. Chatzi zachar, half a male. According to the law of the Talmud, daughters have no right to inherit their parents unless they have no brothers, no male brothers. In the Ashkenazi environment, we find changes in the law of the Talmud. The essence of the change was to entitle daughters to receive half of the portion that a male son received. A deed named Shtar Chatzit Zachar was used as the legal instrument to make the change. It did not involve legislation again or interpretation of existing sources, but intensive use of deeds, standard deeds. The structure of the Shtar Chatzit Zachar in its main rules. In the Shtar Chatzit Zachar, the father obligated himself to pay his daughter a very large sum a moment before he died, unless the heirs agreed to give the daughter half the portion that the son inherited. This structure was used to circumvent some problems in the Jewish law of contract, which I will not deal with it now. The father usually gave the Shtar Chatzit Zachar close to the marriage of his daughter. It was not restricted, however, to unmarried daughters. Unlike the case of its Sephardic analog, also the Sephardic changed the law of inheritance and gave the daughter a right to inherit her father, but only to an unmarried daughter. This was not the case in the Ashkenazi environment. To whom did the father give the Shtar Chatzit Zachar? To his daughter or to his son-in-law? It seems that in Poland it was common to grant the Shtar Chatzit Zachar to the son-in-law. In some places in German-speaking countries, however, the practice was to give the Shtar Chatzit Zachar to the daughter. In Italy, at least, in the response of Rabbi Coulon and Rabbi Meir Padua, that was mentioned here, it seems that the daughter received it, and it was called a deed of inheritance. A massive debate exploded in the second half of the 16th century about the scope of the Shtar Chatzit Zachar. Important rabbinic figures were involved and wrote detailed responses. The question was whether a potential inheritance is also included, as in a case when the father died before the grandfather, so that the daughter would inherit also part of the inheritance of the grandfather. Rabbi Shlomo Luria of Lublin, Rabbi Moshe Isserles of Krakow, and Rabbi Padua confirmed the right of the daughter. On the opposite side stood Rabbi Yosef Katz of Krakow and Rabbi Kalman of Lvov. They denied the claim of the daughter and ruled in favor of the sons. Know that even Luria and Isserles, who agreed in principle, had an extensive debate about arguments and justification. So they are still Polish rabbis. And now we come to the last topic, Nechsei Tzon Barzel. Nechsei Tzon Barzel has two appearances. It is property, but the dowry that the wife brings into the marriage, but it is also transferred to the Ketubah as a monetary element. It is based on the dowry that the wife brings into the marriage. The husband assumes obligation for it and writes it in the Ketubah according to its original value. In general, Nechsei Tzon Barzel enjoys strong legal protection for the wife. The husband has no power, it is void, or at least is not allowed to transact in the Nechsei Tzon Barzel, it is voidable, excluding money, cash money. After the dissolution of marriage, the wife is entitled to get back the particular properties that make up the Nechsei Tzon Barzel or its value. Nechsei Tzon Barzel was mostly common, unlike Nechsei Milug, that was rare. No ground, even not adultery, can cause a wife to lose the Nechsei Tzon Barzel. She can lose, however, other elements of the Ketubah, the essence and the additional, on a wide range of grounds. Even a rebellious wife has the right to get back her real Nechsei Tzon Barzel even before divorce. It has been common in Jewish tradition from the era of the Mishnah to add some fraction to the Neset from Barzel to the Ketubah. And here is the important innovation of Rabbi Yosef Kulon. A legal question arose whether this portion should be classified as additional Ketubah or as a Neset from Barzel. And the difference is, of course, if it is additional, the wife might lose it very, very easily. And if it is Neset from Barzel, she would get it even she makes adultery. Usually, the first option has been adopted. In Italy, Rabbi Yosef Kulon ruled in the case in which the wife was blamed for adultery that it is equal to Neset from Barzel for all intents and purposes, so she does not lose it. Rabbi Kulon bases rules on common custom in northern Italy and on economic reasons. He argued that the Neset from Barzel is generally provided in cash and that the husband makes profit by lending it out, which is unique to North Italy, as we are familiar from the story of the Jews in Italy. At that time, the common practice in northern Italy was to add 50%. This gave a woman a significant advantage by enlarging their property. I feel that I'm out of time. I will only mention that the additional Neset from Barzel in Poland was not deal like Rabbi Yosef Kulon, but it was considered as additional Ketubah for all the results that we can derive from it. Thank you so much for listening.
Oops, sorry. Thank you so much. Are you together?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. We call Rav Kolon, not Kulon, Rav Kolon, but it's the same. It's the same.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you so much. And just let me to add a few words about our museum and connecting with your lecture. I'm saying that now we have an exhibit about the Jewish wedding and the customs of the Jewish wedding, and among them we are in displayed two important ketubot coming from the Estensi collections in Modena, and considered among the most beautiful and beautiful ketubot in the world, and the other ones just for tells the visitors the significance of the jewelry and the other things connected with the lectures that you give. And you know, the Museum of the Judaism and the Shoah, National Museum of the Judaism and the Shoah here in Ferrara, was founded in after the rule of the Italian Parliament at 1203, and is considered one of the most important Jewish museums of national museums in Europe. And we have right now 3 exhibitions on display. One on the 2000 years history of the Italian Jewish people in Italy, and the third one is focused on the Shoah tragedy here in Italy. And the 3 exhibitions now are displayed, and even during the pandemic period, when the museum was closed for several months, we had a lot of things, events, and several events given in the live platforms and Zoom platforms. and now we are coming back to live and to open the museum, and I invite everybody to come in Ferrara to visit our museum and the heritage of the Jewish community here in Ferrara. Thank you so much. I think, Andrea, tell me if I end my duty.
Yes, thank you very much, Amedeo. I think that now there is a little break. Vladimir, what we can plan for the break?
I think let's try to, since we skipped the questions, let's try to keep it on time and start the next session in 15 minutes, in 3:20 in Europe and 4:20 in Israel.
Okay.
We have a mixture of Israel, Italian, and East European times. It never works, but we can try. What do you say?
So
it's in 15 minutes we meet for the next.
Okay, so 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you, Amedeo, and see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that we will start our next session, next panel.
Okay.
And I would like to introduce our chair of this panel, which is called Architecture and Sculpture, Professor Dr. Eleonora Bergman from the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw. Eleonora wrote many important works, but I would like to mention only one of them, the first catalog of preserved synagogues in Poland, prepared and written still in the 90s. So Eleonora, please chair this session. And I would like to ask everybody, all the speakers, please keep to your 15 minutes so that we'll have time to have this to ask questions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I am really honored to be at this conference, even virtually. It's great to see so many friends, even this way. I was also very glad to hear so much about Ferrara and its new museum. Just before pandemic, I had a chance to visit the museum together with the group of colleagues from Association of European Jewish Museum. And indeed, in this wonderful city of Ferrara, it is one more very important, interesting place. Now to our session. We often hear about synagogues, mikvaot, batei midrash, etc., that this is Jewish architecture, and what is created by sculptors who are Jews, that this is supposed to be Jewish sculpture. Of course, these issues are much more complicated, and I'm sure that the next three papers will be new voices in the ongoing discussion on this subject. Now, I was really disappointed in the previous session that there was no time for questions and answers. So I would suggest that questions are asked directly after every paper. And of course, I support Vladimir Levin's mention of necessity to keep the time. So please write the questions in the chat. It will be easier to ask them. Now we are starting with the talk by Dr. Sergei Kravtsov, who lives in Jerusalem, is a research fellow at the Center for Jewish Art of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He was born in Lviv or Lvov or Lvov or Lemberg, now Ukraine, was trained as an architect and town planner in his native city. He received his doctoral degree in architectural history from the Institute for the Theory and History of Architecture in Moscow in '93, and a year later moved to Israel. His research areas are the history of town planning, architectural theory, and the history of synagogue architecture. He is author of several very important books on very important synagogues. And he also published about 90 essays, or also edited and co-edited books. Sergei Kravtsov is going to tell us about Italian architects, builders of synagogues in Ruthenia and Volhynia. Please, Sergei, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very, very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So then I start.
Yes. So I mute myself.
Yeah. I'll share my screen. Just a second. Is it? Yeah. And I start the show. Okay, we'll talk exactly as Lena announced about Italian architects, designers, and builders of synagogues in Ruthenia and Podolia. So just to more precisely frame the scope of my talk, I would show that we'll talk about 3 cities actually of that area, which is Lviv, Lvov, Przemysl, Przemysl, as it was used to be called in Latin, and Ostrog, which is in Volhynia, unlike the previous 2 cities. But all these 3 locations are connected through Lviv, which was a very important center where many architects, Italian architects, arrived in the 16th century after the fires that ravaged the city to find a job. But many of them left the capital of the Ruthenian province and worked on the provincial level, like in Przemysl, which was also a royal city in that area, and also in Ostrog and other cities that belong to the magnates, Polish magnates, Polish-Russian by their origins, like Zaslavsky, Princess Zaslavsky, and Ostrogski. And we now will see what this kind of relationship between the town guilds and the guild masters and the noblemen in the Jewish communities produced. So let's start with Lviv, which is known for its 2 communities. One is the suburban community, and the other one to the south in the corner of the walled city is the Jewish quarter inside the city walls. So we'll talk about 2 synagogues, 2 extremely important synagogues of the city, the Nachmanovich, or the Golden Rose, or the Turei Zahav, or Tas synagogue in the midtown, and about the great suburban synagogue, evidently in the suburb. And we'll start with the elder synagogue, the older synagogue, with the Nachmanovich synagogue. It was built in 1582, and we know that it was built by a guild master mason whose name is recorded as Pavel Szczęśliwy. That is Paolo the Lucky, Paolo il Felice. In reverse translation, sorry for my Italian, but no, never mind. These guild nicknames were given to particular guild masters to have nice nicknames, and this is the matter why this man was called Lucky, or Il Felice. But he indeed was pretty lucky in his biography. He was probably a nobleman who became a citizen, married 2 in sequence, 2 noble ladies, and built quite important works. So what do we know about his works beyond the Nachmanovich synagogue? He is known as the builder of the church of the parish and collegiata, as it is called, church of Saint Laurent in Zholkiv. It was a new city by that time, and the architect was invited by Stanislav Zholkevsky, the founder, nobleman, to become vogt, the void, as they say in Polish, of this city, to chair the city council. And on parallel, he was working as an architect for the gates and towers and other important edifices of this town, very nicely planned town, including this parish church. We can immediately discern the Italianite taste of the client, Zholkevsky, who wasn't he didn't study in Italy, but his commanders did study in Italy, including King Stefan Batory and Chancellor Jan Zamoyski. They all had Italian tastes. So it's one of the reasons why this work, which also was the mausoleum of the family of the founder, had this Italianate taste. And this is how it looks inside today. So, but beyond this architect, Paolo De Lucky, there was another guy mentioned in the documents. I have too short time and I will not explain what are the documents, but the other guy was called Ambroży Przychylny in the city records. That is Ambroży il Favorevole, sorry, favorable. Or in the documents of the city council, he is called Ambrosius Simonis Vaberene Nutklaus from Engadin in Graubünden, Cantone di Grigioni. Why do they have these records? Because the builders, when they wanted to become the masters of the guild in Lviv, they had to present documents that they've been born in a lawful marriage. So that's why we know about their origins. So Ambrogio Nutklaus adopted Lvov citizenship in 1592. Then he was a junior guild master in 1569 and sequential years until 1605, and then he was the senior master of the guild in 1613 and 1630. He was a very, very respectable and talented person. Though Władysław Leszczyński, who wrote about him, probably he was the first to write about him, he thought that Ambrogio was illiterate because he couldn't sign official papers. But on the other hand, we know very sophisticated tasks that he carried out, and let's continue with that. What are his works beyond the synagogue? Is Prince Ostrogsky's castle in Stare Selo, nearby Lviv. It's a building with visible Italianate mannerist features, but this is a castle and this is a fortified structure. A very, very seminal building for Lviv is the Assumption or Wallachian Church Orthodox Church. So it was built by a sequence of architects. It was also built and it fell, and the builders were replaced up till certain Paolo from Rome became in charge of this construction, and at certain stage, getting older, he also gave this project to other people who involved his relatives, and this way Ambrogio Notklaus arrived to this work in 1598, but I'm not sure he worked there for a long time. Anyway, it was a very, very decent commission. And another very decent and important commission in the Bernardine Church of St. Andrew the Apostle in Lviv from 1600 to 1630. So he worked on this project in 1614 up till 1617, and we can immediately see the layers or the floor tiers of this structure, which were built by Italian architects. Let's see this basic floor of 3 naves, and the central nave, mid-central nave on its second tier, and the rest later was built by Cilician architects. And we immediately see the change from the, say, belated Italian Renaissance to the Northern Renaissance or Manierism, let's call it in any way. So some later part of this structure belongs to Ambrogio. And he also was invited by his colleague Paolo De Lacchi to Jolkwa to take part in this large project, and he worked there at least from 1610 to 1618. That is also long years of work, but it is a large project. Then when he became an old man, childless and pretty rich, he funded and designed and built St. Lazarus Church in Lviv. And here we can see his own taste, which is not that much Italianite. He includes some elements of Gothics, though it's already 17th century, it's 1634 to 1639. So, but this was the taste also of the city, which was not uniformly Renaissance, still in the 17th century. And we have arrived to the Golden Rose or Nachmanovich Synagogue. It looks today like that. It has been recently conserved. And we can see that it's a pretty modest structure with 2 windows on each side. It was a private synagogue of the Nachmanovich or Yitzhak ben Nachman family. Here is documentation from before the First World War by students of Adolf Shishko-Bochush, and that way it looked like inside. This is the eastern part of the prayer hall, and we can see many layers, and you can hardly see any really Italianite elements, because also this cornice was gypsum and was removed later during some reconstruction. The Torah ark is very important. Here it is on the left, and Ilya Rodov wrote quite seriously and deeply about this piece of work, and I won't dwell longer on it. And Ilya placed it very properly in the context of the Renaissance of art of that time. But what happened later in 1594, the owner, Nachmanovich, received a permission from the city council to add a vestibule and women's area, which is the earliest case in these lands. I mean, Lvov, because that also happened. Okay, it's the first case in Ruthenia, up to my best knowledge. So here we see a view from the vestibule towards the prayer hall. Then it was, of course, ruined by the Nazis during the war, and we can see photographs with the vaulting. Vaulting is very interesting. It's a ribbed groined vault. It's a cloister vault with lunettes about the windows. But as all the researchers wrote, the sections of these corbels are all Renaissance. And here we can see the western part with the openings towards the women's area and this vaulting with the date, Hebrew date in the corbel. Why so late and so Gothic, one could ask? I suggest that that was the taste of the client, and he tried to emphasize his connection to Krakow, because he was a financier to King Stefan Batory and to the capital. So, but in the capital at that time, some 10 years earlier, the old synagogue was renovated in a Gothic style after a fire. So it was meaningful to show that the Jews are rooted in this place and they are using some older styles. And you can see also a mixture of Italian, Tuscan order here together with these ribs. And here shortly a story of this synagogue, which I have once shown in 3D reconstruction. So first it looked like that with some wooden addition, some shabby vestibule, and then it was disassembled at certain stage in 1595 when the owners received the city's permission for an addition. So they have disassembled this wooden thing, added a vestibule, opened 3 openings towards the prayer hall, and added the women's area and a wooden open staircase to the upper floor. And that is how this is the view that it attained after this reconstruction. Who were the architects of the second stage? They also were Italians, beside Paolo De Lacchi and Ambrosi Notklaus. They have invited colleagues. One of them was Adam Pokora, like Adamo Umilta, but in the records, actually, he is Adam dell'Arto Italios Murator Dictus Pokora de Burmio. That is Adamo dell'Arto from Bormio in Lombardy. And he was a constant partner of Ambrogio Notklaus, and they even co-owned a house in the Jewish quarter that they had bought and reconstructed for their personal needs. And Adam Pokora adopted Lviv citizenship in 1591 and became a junior guildmaster in 1604. The fourth person was Zaccaria Spravny, Zaccaria Efficiente. Zaccaria de Lugano, he is called also in the documents. He was actually Zaccaria Castello from Lugano in Ticino canton. He became a guildmaster of Lviv in 1595, and he is not mentioned after 1610. We do not know the date of his death. And he was a relative of Tommaso Castello, a builder of Prince Ostrogski. Zaccaria was the first cousin of Giovanni Trevano, an architect of King Sigismund III. So now we are moving to the province, to Przemyśl. And this is a view of that city from 1616. And here we can see some buildings that hadn't survived through the centuries. And we know somehow, we guess, thanks Professor Frazik from Przemyśl, who was the supposed architect of the synagogue in Przemyśl in 1582. It was one Andrea Pellegrino, or Pellegrinus Bononicus. That is, he came from Bologna. And
excuse me, Sergey, excuse me. Please come
hurry
to
up.
Conclusion, please.
Okay, but okay, I'll go faster. Okay, fine.
Please,
so,
yes.
And I will not speak about interesting details. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So, what are his works of Andrea Pellegrino Bononi? It's the town hall and the synagogue, and also a portion of the city walls, which we can see in these drawings. But we know also that he built a city bathhouse and the house in Rynek 18 Square. So it's a fantastic building. It's the first building of that type in Polish lands. And Ilya had mentioned it, and it's written pretty a lot about it. I just will touch upon the general structural idea. You see, it has the so-called bima support structure surrounding the bima, and I believe that the idea was taken from the halls with a single support in the center, like it is in the Benedictine nuns monastery in Lviv, which is actually built a bit later, or more or less the same period by Paolo Romano. So here you can see the old ground plans and the sections. You know this idea also carried further east by Italian architects, for instance, to Moscow and pretty earlier. Regarding the Corinthian order of these supports, I also have written a lot, so I will not touch upon it in details, but you know that there were two ideas how to show the temple in the Renaissance Italian art, whether a sublime building as on the right, as it is a world church of the future days, or as a historical building which is pretty heavy and solid, an idea somehow connected to the blindness of synagogue. But in many works, artists tried to use a rich Corinthian order to show the temple, the Jewish temple. And so thus I believe this idea was used also in the synagogue. So I just am showing some stages of development of this Solomonic and Corinthian order in Italian architecture. Now we are back to Lvov, and we'll talk about the great suburban synagogue, and on parallel with the great Marsha synagogue in Ostrog. So we can suppose that these were built by certain Jakub Madlena, Giacomo Madleni, who did such works in Volhynia. This is the Bernardine monastery in Izyaslav. For sure, it is known that he worked here, and recently discovered documents show that he had built also the Lutsk Gate in Dubno in Volhynia. His relationship with Alexander Ostrogsky, who was his client, were pretty difficult. You can see a portion from the letter by Zaslavsky to Madlenin. He didn't appreciate him too much, unlike Ambrogio Notclas, with whom Zaslavsky worked a lot. So what are his supposed works beside the city gate of Dubno? So he designed probably the Tatar gate and the Luz gate in Ostrog. And that is an idea by Sergei Yurchenko, Ukrainian architect and historian, and the Marsha synagogue in Ostrog. So these are the gates he built. You see it's now reconstructed like this. And I have a pity why it is not reconstructed like that, but it doesn't matter anything. So, and here is the series of the gates that are supposedly built by Medleni. So he was present in Ostrog in 1620s. That is very, very believable. So, and I believe he designed also and built the Great Suburban Synagogue in Lvov. Already Shimon Zajic in the 30s wrote that both synagogues were built by one hand because the details are very, very special. And the ground plans are almost identical and very special. This is a comparison of the photographs of these capitals, and Ilya already spoke about this, I believe, Vilel Pandan idea behind it. So we can also see the buttresses, and one of them is preserved. Now the synagogue looks pretty different, and I believe that it was inspired by Juan Bautista Vilel Panda's ideas of the temple, and Ilya already told you a theme that was pretty popular in Poland then. And I just give here examples, and this is an example by Giacomo Briano, a Jesuit architect who designed the Jesuit church in Lvov at that time, Lviv. I'm finishing, Lena. Don't worry. I'm finished. I've come
because there is no time for other people to speak. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. I also have to take my son to the hospital, so I'm in a hurry. In fact, so, and this is another example which shows the use of that combination in Lvov. I believe nobody up till now had shown this and had seen this, though it stands in the Rinek Square. It's by Jan Pokorovich, Giovanni Dell'Arto, son of that guy who built the Golden Rose Synagogue. And you see here those capitals, but with the addition of Doric triglyphs. And we can come back here to Lvov and compare the capitals. So this is my argument behind this story, and to my pride, I would say that this inspired late Grigory Arshinov to reconstruct physically, to restore the Marsha synagogue in Ostrog, and I am very, very proud. If I have done something in my life, that's thanks Grigory, because he was annoyed by my article. So, and instead of conclusion, very, very brief, the historical data and facts and the traces have been traced since the end of the 18th century by people like Władysław Luzhinsky and Michal Kowalczuk, and my elder colleague Vladimir Wojcik, also late, and Vladimir Alexandrovich, very active up till now. And what is strange that the connection between Italy and Graubünden, Grisons, have not been rediscovered nowadays, where the possibilities are pretty better than they had been in the days of Luzhinsky. So I only appeal for some collective work that could bring us more results. Thank you, and sorry for dragging with the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei. I'm sorry I had to break your talk, which was very interesting, but I'm also sorry we don't have time for questions.
I know you're a tough
now.
person, so go on.
So we are going to the next speaker, Dr. Ruth Sargent-Noyes. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. She lives in Copenhagen and from 2018 works as a postdoc and now a senior researcher in the National Museum of Denmark. She got her BA at Harvard and her MA and PhD in history of art at Johns Hopkins University. She used to work before as visiting assistant professor of art history at several American universities. From PhD in 2010, she received fellowships, grants, and awards from several European states and academic institutions. She is the author of several forthcoming books, and of course, we look forward to read them. She will now tell us about Vilnius Baroque architecture in service of Jewish and magnate patrons at the crossroads of Europe, the Paracca family of architects, and the Druya synagogue in the age of partition. Please, Dr. Ruth Sargent-Noyes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you to Vladimir and Sergei, who have very generously shared materials and information related to the topic that I will talk about today. I'm going to apologize in advance because in an attempt to keep to time, I'm going to read my paper very quickly. Please feel free to contact me by email afterwards and I can send you the text very happily. So without further ado.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll start with this, this quote. Avendo inteso che la signora Palettini di Minsk si ritrovava a Varsavia e ricordandomi della promessa di Vostra Eccellenza, vengo a supplicare di volersi degnare di persuadere la suddetta con dirgli che è una chiesa grande e spaziale difficile edificare. L'invio il disegno c'è la pianta, la quale spero che la vedrà anche Vostro Signore novità di questo paese. In 1766, Italian immigrant Domenico Andrea Ludovico Carlo Paracca penned this letter from the town of Kraslava, today in Latvia near the Belarusian border, to his noble patrons, Count Konstantin Platter and his son, Count Casimir Platter in Warsaw, one of the two capitals of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a dualistic state consisting of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Crown Kingdom of Poland. Working for decades as architects, masons, and construction foremen in service to the Platter and interrelated clans from the Commonwealth nobility, Domenico and his sons Francesco and Antonio Paracca were natives of Castello Vasolda on the northern shore of Lake Lugano, which we just heard about in Sergei's wonderful presentation, also known as Ceresio, in northeastern Italy at the Swiss border, which in this period was part of the Duchy of Milan. Magnates like the Platter owned and in fact governed much of Poland-Lithuania, a country subdivided into patrimonial latifundia, which were vast conglomerate autonomous estates with private towns, taxes, laws, armies, and currencies, linked by clientage and family alliances. The Platter's latifundium was concentrated in Polish Livonia or in Flanti, shown in this, the upper portion of my Paracca family map of the Commonwealth during this period. Inflanti was an administrative division in northeastern Poland, Lithuania, that roughly aligns with the present-day Latvian region of Latgale on the northern banks of the Daugava River at today's Belarusian border, marking then as now the crossroads interconnecting Europe and lands to the east. Inflanti, also known as Livonia, drew cultural, political, and economic importance from its location along the Daugava, which was a major waterway and trade thoroughfare linking Russia with the Baltic seaports, making the resident magnates powerful and wealthy patrons. And I show here two relevant locations on the map, Kraslava and Druya, which I'll be coming to shortly. And we'll be seeing this map again. If everyone could just be sure to mute themselves, that would be great. The Platter's private town of Kraslava was the center of Livonian political and cultural life, where their prestigious building projects, which I show you a few here, include a town hall in the center, Catholic church, upper left, synagogue, lower left, and two palaces shown on the right, which were all associated with the Paraka. Taking Paraka's letter as a point of departure, my paper today explores the Jews' mediating role in architectural exchange and innovation between Italy and Livonia in the age of partition, through a case study examining the broader context of the synagogue built for the burgeoning Jewish community around 1765 to 66 in nearby Druia, which is in present-day Belarus. The synagogue's architecture has been analyzed by Maria and Kazimierz Piechotka in their survey of masonry synagogues in Poland, Lithuania, and its carved wooden Torah ark by Bracha Yaniv in an important article, so I won't repeat them at length here. Rather, I'm going to limit myself to some observations about particular elements in terms of this particular site, the Paraka's oeuvre and their connection to Italy. Domenico, Francesco, and Antonio Paraka were themselves descended from an artistic dynasty of architects, sculptors, stuccoists, engineers, and construction foremen. Their 16th century Ceresio ancestor, Giovanni Antonio Paraka, known as Il Valsoldo, had a successful career as a sculptor in Rome, working with papal architect Domenico Fontana, who was also born on Lake Lugano. And I show you here the Cappella Sistina in Santa Maria Maggiore in Rome, where some of Il Valsoldo's works were featured. Thanks to large familial networks, the subsequent generations of intermarried Fontana and Paraka relations pursued careers mediating across the Commonwealth's aristocratic patronage networks, a notion of Italy and Rome, not as fixed entity, but malleable concept to manifold ends. The Paraka father and son started in the south in the ambit of Warsaw, and then worked their way northeast as they solidified their relationship with the Platter, and this map of their attributed works shows this movement. They were proponents of the apogee of the so-called Vilnius Baroque school of late Baroque Rococo architecture. This was a regional phenomenon in Lithuania circa 1730 to 90 that inflected Roman high Baroque architectural prototypes and was characterized by a chameleon-like ability to recombine stylistic and structural elements, along with a simplicity of plan, soaring verticality, agitated sculptural dynamism, and a plastic emphasis on animating mural surfaces by means of the rhythmic application of architectural orders, cornices, and openwork. Built from masonry brick construction overlaid with stucco, these buildings signaled a strong aesthetic departure from traditional wooden architecture in the region and would have been highly visible against the landscape. This effect was especially pronounced in Inflanti, which had a mostly flat countryside. From the mid-18th century, architecture in Inflanti was defined by a sort of principle of ensemble, with new works integrating construction and stucco ornament. Domenico's letter that I quoted from suggests that a large part of the Paraka's appeal was due to patrons' perceptions that their work constituted an innovation in this territory. And this claim is supported by their need to recruit skilled laborers and artisans from their native region. For this, Francesco Paraka traveled to Italy on occasional recruiting trips, activating a circuit of architectural knowledge and expertise between Italy, sites along the route, and Inflanti. Domenico's letter also mentions a drawing for a grandiose church project, likely this one in Dagda, for Count Platter's sister, Minsk Palatine Constance Platter Hulsen, who had married Jan August Hulsen from nearby Dagda, which you can see here on the map. He was a close friend of the Platter and one of the wealthiest magnates in Livonia. Jan Hulsen ingratiated himself to the venerable Sapieha clan, who had lost their political influence by this time, but still had a huge latifundium at their disposal. In 1735, Hulsen leased or bought their Inflanti estates, including most notably Druia, today in Belarus, and its suburb Piedruia, today in Latvia, and I'm showing you a map of that here. Thus, Druia was under the Hulsen sphere of influence, and it was no doubt through the Platter-Hulsen alliance that the Paraka came to work in Druia. The town occupied an especially strategic position straddling the Daugava including an island on the river's center at a point on the river's course, fed by the river Druia, showed here with some red arrows, which was an important tributary. Under Hulsen, Druia enjoyed a kind of building boom, with projects during the 1750s and 60s, including a Dominican church, Bernardine church, Uniate church, synagogue, and Catholic church in Piedruia, all indicated on the map. All of these monuments share structural and stylistic similarities and have been associated with the Paracca. In 1760, Antonio Paracca was named in the account books of Druia Dominican Church as both designer and construction foreman. The work required 22 masons from Vilnius, suggesting that the full scope of the work probably included other building sites in Druia, that the specialized nature of the architecture also underscores the expense and prestige of the undertaking and its direct connection to Vilnius. The Platter and Hulsen ranked among the only families in Livonia to hold the titles of counts of the Holy Roman Empire, and they vigorously cultivated their ties to the Roman Catholic Church. However, scholarship has shown that the success of such magnates was largely a function of their economic dependency on the Jewish communities they encouraged to settle on their estates. Jews made extensive use of the economic possibilities on the estates, enabling them to outcompete non-Jewish neighbors and greatly enrich themselves and their society, so much so that during the 18th century, Jews effectively ran a number of key sectors in the Commonwealth latifundia economy. And I'm going to show you now just a selection of historical photos of the synagogue. This gave them considerable, if unofficial, standing, such that they were able to leverage their economic activity into positions of influence. While the Jewish community was recorded in Druia starting from the late 16th century, the town's Jewish population increased in the mid-17th century with an influx of refugees fleeing the Cossack-Polish War in Ukraine and Belarus. They were welcomed by ambitious magnates looking to develop their estates. In the 1760s, Jewish families settled in Kraslova at the invitation of the Platter as part of their development of the town. Given the close connections between the Platter and Hulsen, it's also possible that Hulsen also welcomed increased Jewish settlement in Druia, either through Kraslova or directly from Vilnius. In Druia, the Jews acted as merchants, a typical activity on such estates that empowered them to dominate the local markets. And by 1766, they numbered 1,305 in the town. The construction of the Druia synagogue around this time demonstrates the standing and sophistication of the community, whose members exercised agency within the estate economy as critical mediators along a vital waterway, accruing financial resources and cultivating a rich intellectual, spiritual, and material visual culture. Druia's synagogue, its massive quadrilateral form marked by pilasters, inflected the 1604 reconstruction of the Temple of Jerusalem by Jesuit theologian Juan Battista Villalpando. This was an iconography widely disseminated in print that had also inspired the Great Synagogue of Vilnius, which was an important precedent for Druia and was likely familiar to Jews in Druia and perhaps also to the Paracca, who had worked in Vilnius. The Paracca and advisors like Hulsen and area Catholic clergy could have also arrived at this design, including the hipped roof, based on knowledge of a Christian exegetical tradition made famous in Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, where the Ark of Noah was depicted as a rectangular edifice with hipped roof and a kind of pilaster treatment, as a reference to the Ark of the Covenant and Jerusalem Temple. The configuration of the exterior mural surface with high windows separated by pilasters emphasizing the building's vertical characteristics shows strong similarities to the walls of Druia Dominican Church. It's hard to pick out in this old photo, but the pilasters are there. And more clearly seen in Piedruia Catholic Church, which I show you here, that has comparable Ionic pilasters on tall plinths terminating in an entablature marked by a stucco cornice. A subtle rippling bulge above the window of the central bay in the southwest facade echoes a similar treatment on the Uniate Church tower. On the southeast facing wall, an undulating avant-corps projects from the structure, signaling the interior area for the Torah Ark. It is similar to a less pronounced projection from the tower of Druia Uniate Church. Paracha likely evolved this dynamic feature of the synagogue from church apse designs, church facades, and the avant-cours of palaces like the one in Kraslova that I show you on the right. The synagogue's simple rectangular plan, it was like the Great Synagogue in Vilnius, a particular variation on so-called 9 bay synagogues that proliferated in the Commonwealth since the 17th century, where 4 large piers marked here in red divide the ceiling into 9 vaulted bays, and I show you here the 3 by 3 bay configuration. And this allowed for the building of much larger structures. And we can compare Druya's vault work to that of the Bernardine Church nearby. Druya's center bay, consisting of a monumental bema support, enclosed by 4 giant piers ornamented with adosed Corinthian columns, topped by a geometric cornice. This is a unique feature. As we saw in the keynote, a configuration like this also had an Italian provenance. Analogues can be found in the facade of the Dominican Church, which also had adosed Ionic columns, and complex altar structures that often featured combinations of columns and semi-adosed columns paired with cornices, as in the Bernardine Church. We can thus imagine the Paracha moving between neighboring work sites in Druya and Piedruya, promoting overlap amongst the designs of these buildings, despite their different functions and communities. Druya Synagogue was situated on an escarpment on the Druya riverbank, such that the south facade faced this important tributary and its crossing, thus heightening the building's visibility and dramatizing the approach from across the water, indeed placing it in direct relation to the water. This served practical ritual as well as symbolic ends, linking the synagogue and its community to the waterway, source of their prosperity and sign of migration, the water's rippling movement captured by the undulations of the synagogue structure that organically fused site and building in a way unlike any other Vilnius Baroque monument. And here I'm coming to my close. Unlike urban synagogues that were subsumed within the city fabric, Druya rose majestically against the backdrop of the surrounding village and countryside, similar to and yet distinct from the neighboring Christian structures, which you can see here in the background. This raises the issue of integration. Recourse to Catholic pictorial and architectonic prototypes linked Druya visually to Rome and reconciled its design with Catholic tradition, perhaps making the synagogue more acceptable to the surrounding Christian constituencies, as well as the Catholic overlords. Like the nearby churches that shared common forms, were built using similar techniques, and finished in brilliant white stucco, the Druya synagogue was visually integrated with other sacral monuments to a rare degree. This is a testament to the important role the Jews played on the estate and the part they played in the magnate's own self-fashioning. The case of the Paracha and the Druya synagogue raises larger questions of cultural dynamics, and I think might help to reframe Livonia and the region, not as a cultural backwater where Jews were exiled, but rather as a kind of new Rome, a vital crossroads and a virtual laboratory for experimentation and innovation at an historical inflection point when emerging divisions of conceptual geography gave rise to the notion of an Eastern Europe. And here Jews were crucial mediating agents and exploited patrimonial networks and architectural malleability that fueled both the Paracha's success and that of the Druya Jews who engaged them to design this innovative and exceptional synagogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sergeant Noyes. It was very, very interesting and greatly illustrated, and I hope it will be known also in Druya. This would be very important. Now, there was one very small, in fact, not a question, but like addition to what you said, that this river was also for ritual immersion, and I think you can just confirm that this was also the meaning of this water.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we don't have any surviving visual records of the synagogue and its site from the 18th century when it was built. but from the very early 20th century photographs that we have of the site. And I'm a great believer in the power of if you will, tradition and certain movements within communities that become ingrained over time. And I would just say that in these photographs, it's very clear that there are pathways leading directly from the synagogue to the river, which I think suggests absolutely this direct connection. And of course, there's this kind of practical ritual function that access to water was absolutely essential.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We are now going to the third paper of this session. Dr. Vilma Gradinskaite lives in Vilnius, Vilna, and from 2020 works as a researcher and curator at the Lithuanian National Museum of Art. Before, for 15 years, she worked at the Vilna Gaon State Jewish Museum. She also regularly lectures at World Jewish Congress International Yiddish Center and International Commission for the Evaluation of the Crimes of the Nazi and Soviet occupation regimes in Lithuania. She received her PhD in 2005 at Vilnius Academy of Art and completed her postdoc program at Mykolas Romeris University. The main field of her research is East European Jewish art and cultural heritage of Lithuanian Jewish community. Today, she's going to tell us about the confrontation of divine perception and human imagination, 6 years of sculptor Mark Antokolsky in Italy. Please, Dr. Gradinskaite, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Hello to everyone, thank you. And today I will talk about artist Mark Antokolsky. He was a sculptor and he was born in Vilnius or Vilna at that time in 1843, and he died in Frankfurt on Main in 1902. Unfortunately, I do not have time to talk a lot about his personality. I just could say that he was born and raised in a big and poor Jewish family. And Antokolsky was the first Jewish artist to graduate from the St. Petersburg Imperial Academy of Art, where he studied between 1862 and 1868. He also was the first Jewish sculptor with world fame and the first pedagogue who promoted art among Jewish folk artists. Antokolsky's sculptures on Jewish subjects and his convincing realistic forms inspired art critics to speak about East European Jewish national art and formed the aesthetic views and expression of the first generation of East European Jewish artists. And this presentation is based on analysis of sculptures created by Antokolsky in Italy. You could see some signatures on the marble and bronze, and as well as recollections and letters published in 1905 in the book, which was edited by Vladimir Stasov. Most of his life, Antokolsky spent in Paris, but 60 years from 1871 to 1877, artists lived in Italy and mostly in Rome. He came to Rome in October 1871 and immediately began to look for an art studio to work. Antokolsky was fascinated by Italian masterpieces of art and nature. He loved to visit Naples, to sit on the shore and to look at Mount Vesuvius. One of the most memorable events during Antokolsky's visit was when masses of lava shot out of the crater of Mount Vesuvius on 26th of April 1872. In 1872, the Mamontov's family visited Italy. Antokolsky became acquainted with Mamontovs. The Russian artist non-official group called Mamontov Circle was formed because of the regular meetings by the Mamontovs, Antokolsky, painters Ilya Repin and Vasily Polyanov, the art historian Adrian Prahov, and others. The members of Mamontov Circle traveled around Italian cities and visited famous places and museums together. They spent the evenings at Mamontov's place sharing impressions and talking about art. Sava Mamontov was so impressed by Antokolsky's approach to art that he took some molding lessons in his studio. Mamontov also opened a credit of 2,000 rubles to the artist that he could create freely. And unfortunately, I do not have time to tell about Sava Mamontov. I just say one sentence that he was Russian railroad businessman, philanthropist, and founder and creative director of Moscow Private Opera. First time he saw opera in Milan in 1863 on a trip to research the silk trade for his father's business. So this financial support by Mamontov inspired Antokolsky for the new works. And he decided to create a sculpture, Christ before the people, and to dedicate it to Mamontov. On 8th of May, 1872, Antokolsky wrote to his friend, famous art critic Vladimir Vasilievich Stasov. I quote, "I decided to create a sculpture, Christ before the people, and to reveal the whole story through a single figure of Christ. The statue must show not the God, but a human, a fighter and a scholar or a thinker. Christ is a real person. He is the man from Nazareth." So Antokolsky desacralized Christ, the best known symbol of Christianity. Artists renounced the religion mysticism, which before was an integral part in images of Christ. Through religion, he concentrated on moral and ethics questions, as well as raised educational function of art. And I didn't have time to talk about, but all these aspects were very popular to discuss among artists of Mamontov Circle. While living in Rome, Antokolsky wrote that, I quote, "He can neither walk on Russian scenes, nor Jewish, nor Italian." That was the time when Antokolsky's final artistic credo was formed. where Italian art inspired him to look for a completely new concept in his art. The artist left a previously developed theme of Russian history and Jewish topics. Before I show you some sculptures of Jewish topics, and here you see some examples of Russian history topics he did. According to Antokolsky, only realistic expression can show the true and real life. In Italy, Antokolsky took interest in particular in the Renaissance style sculpture, which according to him has a shade of silence, sadness, and openness. In the Renaissance style sculpture, Antokolsky found the quality, high performance technique, and features he wanted to achieve in his works of art. The sculpture Christ Before the People, created in Rome between 1872 and 1874, became one of the most important and famous work in his artistic career. Before the Italy, his most frequently used means of expression was pose, gesture, and mimics. If you see on right up corner, boy stealing the apples, or on the left low corner, you will see the pose, gesture, and mimics of people. Many of his sculptures resemble actors turned to stone, playing out a specific role, and artists focused on a lot of small and not meaningful details. If you look to the sculpture of Ivan the Terrible, you see a lot of small and maybe not so meaningful details, for example, on his throne and other. Sorry, I do not have time to analyze, but I think you can see very well. Depicting Christ, Antokolsky went in different way. He depicted Christ in static pose with his arms tied. This sculpture is monumental, generalized in form, and contains no small realistic details. The sculpture Christ Before the People impressed everyone who saw it in Rome. As Antokolsky wrote, I opened the doors of my studio for a few days so artists could come to see my Christ. Everyone admired it, and some come to see the sculpture even a few times. So everyone admired it, and some, and he continued, I have never had such success as here in Italy. And Italian press, for example, Fanfula della Domenica, Il Giornale Artistico, La Libertà, and others, published articles praising the author and his work. Later, the French newspapers also appreciated his works. The art critic wrote in Il Giornale Artistico that Antokolsky's Christ impressed viewers by its sadness and silence. So he stressed the same features as Antokolsky find in Renaissance sculpture. I repeat his quote, a shade of silence, sadness, and openness. After seeing the sculpture, Sava Mamantov said that first time in my life, I understood the world significance of Christ. And artist Ilya Repin mentioned it, that the sculpture is done very strong and emotionally and technically, and reflects image of Christ of the 19th century. In summary, the sculpture impressed everyone with its simplicity, simplicity in idea and simplicity in form. The sculpture is expressive, but not theatrical. In Italy, Antokowski continued to create images of Christ, and his bas-relief, last brief, you see on the left lower corner, was created after his son, only one son, left death on 11 February 1876. So artist linked his personal tragedy with the tragedy of the all-world crucifixion of Jesus. In Italy, Antokowski became more and more involved in the problems of humanity, and to transfer, to radiate them, he has chosen the Christianity and the stories of New Testament. Like many of his contemporaries, Antokowski regarded the process of creative activity and artists as embodiments of moral principles. He wrote, "We, artists, mediators between man and God. We make people cry and touch their souls. We make them happy and stimulate and awake the good in them." The ideas of humanism became the driving force of his art. Even depicting a particular person, the artist spoke about universal problems. As Antokowski wrote, in Italy he worked on images which showed friends of humanity and fighters for a better future. He was in siege for humanistic ideals and in siege for the justice and truth. Antokowski turned to historical personalities that everyone knows but never saw, and who were tortured for their ideas, as Christ, John the Baptist, Socrates, or Spinoza. And the idea of representation of Spinoza came to Antokowski in Italy almost simultaneously with the idea of creating the image of Christ. Benedicto or Baruch Spinoza was the eminent Dutch philosopher, one of the great rationalists of the 17th century. And Antokowski saw in the life and activity of Spinoza an example of devotion and self-abnegation, the same as in life and activity of Christ. We see an interesting confrontation between divine perception and human imagination in Antokowski's works, where Spinoza's logic of imagination and thoughts of imaginative freedom led him to desacralize the image of Christ and the stories of New Testament. Moreover, in his art, Antokowski equalizes all deaths: the death for religion and belief in God by Christ, and the death for disbelief in God by Socrates. As we all know, a Greek philosopher was sentenced to death for not believing in God by trial of Athens. And you see here the sculptures of Spinoza and Socrates. Of course, all these sculptures can be attributed to the historical genre. Of course, if you believe that Christ was a real person.
Excuse me, Dr. Gradinskaite, could you please come to the conclusion of your paper?
Olga Krivdina, in her monograph, Mark Matveevich Antokolsky, From Russia to Russia, published in 2008, noticed Antokolsky's art can be characterized by an inseparable connection between history and philosophy. And here I would like to expand her thought and to add that Antokolsky's art can be characterized by an inseparable connection between history, philosophy, and religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for breaking.
It was just last sentence.
I'm sorry, but I could not know that. We did not have questions to your talk, and I don't know now what we should do. We are supposed to have the next session, but it is up to Vladimir Levin to decide if we have now a break or we continue listening to papers. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers.
Thank you, Lena, for chairing the session, and thank you, the speakers as well. Andrea, what you say? Maybe let's have 5 minutes break, or we'll continue.
Yeah, maybe we can make a break of 5 minutes, something like that. Take a quick coffee, and we come back in 5 minutes. Okay?
Yeah.
So at 4:40.
Yeah. Oh, it's no. Now it's
Sorry?
It's 4:40. Okay.
Yeah, Italian time.
Okay.
So
5 minutes break.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Really. See you in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm sorry that we are a little bit late, and I'm very sorry that we had no time to have a discussion after very interesting talks in the previous panel. And I hope that in this panel, if everybody keeps time, we will be able to ask questions and discuss things then. So our session, this session is about manuscripts and printed books. And for me, it was a great surprise. I used after 30 years in the Center for Jewish Art, I used that first we speak about manuscripts and when we speak about printed books, because usually manuscripts are medieval and books are early modern. This time we have the opposite order, and I'm honored to invite the first speakers. And today we have two papers which will be presented by each one presented by two speakers. So our first speakers are Pavel Sladek and Andrea Schatz. Pavel is from the Charles University of Prague, and Andrea is from King's College London. They both teach Jewish studies there, and the title of their talk is Samuel Böhm and the Transfer of Italian Print Culture to Eastern Europe. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you also for the kind invitation to present here. The transfer of Italian Hebrew print culture to Poland is closely associated with two names. With Yitzhak ben Aaron Prostitz, the printer who established a new Hebrew press in Krakow in 1569, after the first press had ceased operating about 25 years earlier. And secondly, with Shmuel ben Yitzhak Böhm, an ambitious and energetic editor from northern Italy who joined Prostitz in Krakow and contributed much to the specific profile of the press in its first decade. In the first part of our short presentation, I will briefly introduce Shmuel Böhm, and in the second part, Pavel will present a more detailed analysis of the material, aesthetic standards, and editorial expertise that were transferred from Italy to Krakow. We come across Shmuel Böhm for the first time in Cremona in 1556, when he is praised for raising funds to enable, in Vincenzo Conti's press, the printing of a meticulously corrected edition of Yitzhak of Corbeil's Amudei Golan, the Sefer Mitzvot Katan. Further documents show that Böhm belonged to the circle of Yosef Ottolenghi, the head of Cremona's yeshiva. This is the period when Hebrew printing in Venice had come to a halt after the burning of the Talmud in 1553, and when the Roman Inquisition sought to stop Hebrew printing in Cremona as well. These efforts led in 1558 to the confiscation and burning of rabbinic books in the city. Around that time, Böhm appears to have planned to become a producer for books printed in Conti's press, as a contract with Conti shows, but in the adverse circumstances, this plan appears to have come to nothing. 4 years later, in 1562, we find Böhm in Padua, and that's the next slide, where he signs for the first time as the editor of a book, namely of Meir Ibn Gabai's Derech Emunah, a didactic work on the Kabbalistic Sfirot. Here, Böhm clearly announces his ambition to establish himself firmly among the famous editors of his time. You can see on the slide to the left how boldly he puts his name in large letters in front of the book. And indeed, when the Venetian presses resumed printing shortly afterwards, Böhm gets successfully involved with them, at least at first. He joins the project of a new edition of Caro's Bet Yosef, writing extensive and detailed editorial prefaces for the second volume, Yoreh De'ah, printed with Gryphius Press, and for the third volume, Evan Haezer, printed with Cavalli, in almost identical layout. Böhm is not involved, however, when the remaining 2 volumes of Beit Yosef are printed with Cavalli, and he appears in Venice for the last time in a minor role in the short colophon for Cavalli's edition of the Shulchan Aruch, completed in July 1567. We do not know, of course, why Böhm took the decision to leave Italy. One context for his decision may have been the competition in Venice, where he could not establish himself as fully and firmly as he had hoped. If the matter had not yet been settled for him in early 1568, a further compelling reason for his departure may have been the rapidly deteriorating situation for Venetian Jews and the Hebrew printing press in that year. Between 1568 and 1570, Hebrew printing in Venice ceased almost entirely once again due to renewed conflicts between Venice and the Ottoman Empire and ensuing anti-Jewish hostility. As Paul Grandler has shown, in autumn 1568, numerous Hebrew titles were condemned by the Venetian authorities for contravening censorship. Their sponsors and publishers were fined. Several print runs were ordered to be burned. Others were seized by the authorities, and yet others ordered to be sold outside the Republic. At the same time, Krakow, the Polish capital, where Böhm must have arrived in the summer of 1569, offered enticing prospects. Moses Isserles, who had his own links to Italy, obviously, was clearly supportive of the new press as he immediately started publishing with it, first his Torah Tachatat with prospectus for his glosses on Caro's Shulchan Aruch, and then shortly afterwards, the first volume of the Shulchan Aruch itself with the glosses, the Mappa. And it is also clear that Isaac Prostitz could offer much to an ambitious editor. He must have had access to considerable funds and to Christian support, as he was able to withstand an early attempt to shut down the new press and resume printing afterwards with several important projects. On the slide, you can see the first 3 works in which Böhm was involved in Krakow. First, to the left, the very first book published by Prostitz, where Böhm announces his name in characteristically large letters, and then Torah Tachatat, for which Böhm writes a long and important preface, again with a headline in the same size of letters as the headline for the preface of the author. The next slide shows how Böhm and the Prostitz press contributed to a significant diversification of genres in Eastern Europe, where the existing presses in Prague and Lublin had until then focused almost without exception on printing classical and liturgical works. Böhm remained involved in publishing halachic literature, of course, but he also turned to homiletic and ethical literature, to Bible commentaries, history, and geography. Particularly significant is the fact that several of the works promoted by Prostitz's press were shaped by Kabbalistic teachings, among them Böhm's edition of Ibn Shuaib's sermons. This points to a further and interlinked development. In Krakow, Böhm dedicated a significant part of his editorial activities to works of authors, editors, and printers who had been active in Eretz Israel, Constantinople, and Venice, thus making them more easily accessible north of the Alps. Thus, he edited Zarek Barfat's poetical abbreviation of Gersonides' commentary on Job, based on Elia Bachur's Venetian edition, and Abraham Zakut's historical work, Sefer Yuchassin, based on Shmuel Shulam's edition from Constantinople. Unfortunately, we do not know where and when Böhm met Isaac Prostitz for the first time. The sources are entirely silent on Prostitz's links to Italy, and we only know that such links existed because the Latin documents relating to the establishment of his press in Krakow used the epithet the Italian for Prostitz, and because he acquired Italian typographic material. That is where Pavel will take over.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon or good evening. I'll continue with 3 very brief notes and some pictures which will show several levels on which the qualities of Hebrew books printed in Italy were transferred to Krakow by Prostitz and Böhm. There are three. One, acquisition of existing typographic material of Italian provenance. Two, commissioning new typographic material, probably already in Italy. And three, import of Italian types and the use of Italian mise-en-page. So one, Prostitz and Bem acquired typographic material used by Italian printers for printing Hebrew books before they moved to Krakow. An in-folio title page border with an architectural gate surmounted by an eagle is the most outstanding example. The border was used in a number of important editions by several Italian print shops, including the Cremona edition of Zohar. In Krakow, it was used for several editions throughout the period of Samuel Bem's involvement with the press and even after. You can see on the slide the same border used first in Cremona, then in Krakow. The details show a characteristic defect which proves that both impressions were produced from the identical woodblock. Two. It was clearly one of Prostitz's and Bem's business strategies to give their books an Italianate look. Probably still in Italy, they commissioned new decorative material which imitated well-known decorative elements used by Italian Hebrew printers. Two title page borders stand out, both architectural, with 2 and 3 sets of garlands on the pillars respectively. In Italy, they were used by Giustiniani, by Digara, and by Zanetti. These pictures show the 2 garland type in its Venice and Krakow incarnations. This slide shows the 3 garland type, again as used in Venice and Krakow. In both cases, small but significant differences enable us to distinguish the different cuts. The imitation of Italian models was a conscious strategy which can be seen from the fact that Prostitz and Bem set a trend and they were themselves soon imitated. Kalonimos Ben Mordecai Jaffe, the master printer in Lublin, commissioned an imitation of another Italian title page frame used frequently in Venice by Digara and later by Zanetti. This border was also copied by Prague printers. Here we see the Italian original used already by Bomberg, and you might remember that we have seen it in Professor Rodov's presentation before. Here we can see the Lublin and Prague imitations. In mid-1590s, the Lublin press also started to use an imitation of the 3 garlands title page border copied earlier by Prostitz and Bem. As the Italian original was still in use by Digara, the same design in 3 different exemplars was used simultaneously in Venice, Krakow, and Lublin. Again, slightly later, also the Prague printers obtained their version. Number 3, Prostitz and Bem imported from Italy also the types, and thus the actual text of their books differed visually from the earlier or even some later Prague or Lublin production. Their mise-en-page was often modeled after the Italian style. The decorative elements such as title page borders or cartouches were part of the overall design, but they did not interfere with the actual process of reading. In contrast, the types directly contributed to the reader's perception and reception of the text. More familiar the types were to the reader, faster and more comfortable the reading was, and vice versa. Here we get a nice example of the similarity in mise-en-page between Italian and Krakow editions. Same types are used in all 3 cases. Prostitz and Bem opted for Italian types because they must have been by then already universally accepted by all Jewish readers. Local types, sometimes experimental and based on local handwritten scripts, would estrange readers foreign to them and undermine the potential for export of the books produced in Krakow. Conclusion. The new publishing program of the Prostit's Böhm print shop, introducing new genres as well as the material and visual aspects of their books, document a planned and conscious strategy on their side. They decided to build in Krakow a print shop modeled after Italian patterns. They produced texts never before published in print north of the Alps, and they gave their books a decidedly Italianate look. This strategy probably had two objectives. It aimed at making their books attractive to local customers, for whom the Hebrew books of Italian origin signified high quality and perhaps even fashionable products. At the same time, especially the use of Italian types made their books universally marketable beyond the East Central Europe, even back in Italy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation, and especially for wonderful keeping the time. My timer says it was exactly 15 minutes, so thank you. And I'm collecting questions to be asked at the end of this panel. Please write questions to me with a chat option at the lower part of your screen. So now our next speaker is Lucia Raspe, and I think that everybody knows her. She works at Goethe Universität Frankfurt am Main, and she will speak about Sifrei Minhagim. The lecture is titled Between Italy and Poland, Towards the History of Minhagim Books in Yiddish. Please, Professor Raspe, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. I'm afraid you will have to allow me to share my screen.
Let me check. Yes, done. Please try again.
Okay. So thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for having me. It is a pleasure. As a matter of fact, I have recently changed my affiliation, as you can see on the screen, and I will jump right in. Minhagim books record both the prayer rite, minhag, and the customs, minhagim, of a given community or region over the course of the Jewish year. This is a genre that has a long medieval history, but today I will focus on minhagim in Yiddish in the early modern period. The printed edition put together by Shimon Günzburg is one of the great success stories of pre-modern Yiddish literature. First brought to press in Venice in 1589, it became a bestseller when it was reissued with woodcut illustrations 4 years later, and some 50 editions were printed across Europe until 1821. While these woodcuts are familiar to many, Günzburg's text has been given very little attention to date. Two claims are often made about the book. One is that it is a mere translation of Isaac Tirna's Hebrew collection published in 1566. The other is that although Günzburg's work was printed in Venice, it was intended less for the Italian than for the Polish book market. Of course, these two propositions, one about Günzburg's Vorlage and the other about his intended audience, are closely related, for Tirna's collection of Hebrew minhagim clearly reflects the Eastern Ashkenazic prayer rite. As many of us are aware, Ashkenazic minhag at large divides into two major branches: the Western Ashkenazic rite, minhag Reinus or minhag Ashkenaz proper, and the Eastern Ashkenazic variant, minhag Ostreich, which later became minhag Polin, the usage of Poland. Tirna's work, in fact, was instrumental in establishing minhag Polin in the new areas of Jewish settlement in Eastern Europe. The majority of the German Jews who had migrated to late medieval Italy, on the other hand, were of Western Ashkenazic origin, and that includes Shimon Günzburg himself, whose ancestors had been among the Jews expelled from Ulm in 1499, and we heard about the Günzburg-Ulmer family earlier from Sascha Bader. Therefore, if Günzburg chose to rely on Tirna, he apparently intended his book to be used in Eastern Ashkenaz. We know, of course, and we just heard about that the relationship between Italy and Poland was fairly close at the time, and there is plenty of evidence that books moved between the one and the other. So what I would like to do today is test the two mentioned assumptions about Günzburg's work from the perspective of Minhag. I will consider the evidence from two angles: the manuscript tradition of Minhagim in Yiddish on the one hand, and the early printed editions on the other. So let us begin by looking at the manuscripts. 15 handwritten custom books have been preserved in Yiddish. None of these have been given much attention in the past. The one exception has been noted almost exclusively for its illustrations. Once we look at the text, the Yiddish manuscripts divide into families in a fairly stable manner. Of the two Minhagim manuscripts in the Bodleian, for instance, one, written in 1524 and unparalleled elsewhere, apparently represents the Minhag of Cologne and the Lower Rhine, which is interesting among other things because the Jews had been expelled from Cologne exactly 1 century earlier. The other, written in Venice in the mid-16th century, contains a text preserved in a total of 6 manuscripts, all of which hail from Italy and represent the prayer rite of the Italo-Ashkenazic diaspora. Now, I have said a moment ago that Ashkenazic Minhag divides into 2 groups, East and West, and that Ashkenazi Jews within Italy adhered to the Western Ashkenazic variety. In fact, things are a little more complicated than that, especially when we look at slichot, that is, the penitential prayers recited each fall before and after Rosh Hashanah, and especially on Yom Kippur, and on the various minor fast days in the course of the Jewish year. Slichot were a field in which the liturgical poets of medieval Ashkenaz were especially prolific. At the end of the Middle Ages, there were literally hundreds of poems to choose from for each and every one of the relevant occasions, and each community or region developed their own habits regarding what to recite, in what order, on which day. We still lack a full study of the development of these local orders of slichot recitation. For a present purpose, let us simply note that in many cases, these local rites proved remarkably stable over time. Hence, when work of the 15th or 16th century offers a list of the slichot to be recited on the various occasions throughout the year, it hands us a key to its own localization, and one that is far more specific than the simple distinction between East and West. Now, the Yiddish Minhagim manuscripts from Italy do exactly that. Let's look at one such list. Here are the slichot for the first, the second, and the third day of the week before Rosh Hashanah. For each of these days, the incipits of 5 penitential prayers are given: 3 regular slichot, 1 piece called a pismon for its recurring chorus, and finally a chatanu, whose name reflects its refrain. Briefly, what we have here is the Seder Slichot customary among the Ashkenazim in Italy, which was first printed at Pieve di Sacco in 1475. Now, the interesting thing is that this same Seder Slichot also appears in the printed Yiddish Minhagim put together by Shimon Günzburg. It does not in the illustrated edition of 1593, which is the one that has drawn all of the attention, but it does in the first printing that had appeared 4 years earlier, which is much rarer, hence has been overlooked. Let us again look at one example. Here are the instructions for the 3 voluntary fast days undertaken by the more pious in the community on Monday, Thursday, and the following Monday after both Pesach and Sukkot, Sheni, V'chamishi, V'sheni. We learn here that prayers are said like on any other Monday, except that when the cantor reaches the line, Mechal lanu malkeinu ki fashanu, forgive us, our King, for we have sinned, in the Amidah, he inserts the biblical verses that precede the penitential prayers and then recites the slichot themselves. What follows, arranged in vertical columns, is the same pattern of 3 slichot, 1 pismon, and 1 chatanu for each of the 3 days. The pieces themselves again follow the Italo-Ashkenazic rite. Now, if we compare this to the second edition of Günzburg's Minhagim, Venice 1593, the difference is easily apparent. The introductory text is the same. However, instead of listing the slichot to be recited, the text simply notes that the cantor sagt sliches wie der Minhag von den Kehiles is. He recites penitential prayers according to the usage of the respective community, and that is it. The same thing happens on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, the eve of Yom Kippur, on the days of penitence, Yemei Teshuvah, between these two. That's what we see here. That's a pretty serious list. And with the various services on Yom Kippur itself. For each of these occasions, the list of slichot to be recited according to the Italo-Ashkenazic rite appears in the first edition of Günzburg's Minhagim, but does not in the second. So, what does that mean? First of all, it means that Günzburg's original work owes more to the Italo-Ashkenazic tradition than we might have thought. The influence of Tirna's Hebrew work cannot be denied. However, in many cases, when the Eastern Ashkenazic rite, as fixed by Tirna, is mentioned by Günzburg, it is mentioned as an afterthought and appears as a gloss to a text that is based on Western Ashkenazic practice, as was then current in Italy. The Günzburg Minhagim, in short, clearly originated in an Italo-Ashkenazic context. However, it is precisely that context that is played down in the illustrated second edition of Venice 1593, which significantly reduces the list of slichot, which is less specifically Italian and has hence misled scholars. So why did Günzburg make these changes? I believe that the answer may be found in another early printing. Now, if the editio princeps has been neglected, the edition we are about to consider does not even appear in the relevant literature. I am referring to the Minhagim that were printed in Lublin in 1593, a unique copy of which is held at the Herzog August Bibliothek in Wolfenbüttel. The Lublin edition is interesting in a number of respects. Like the second Venice edition, it cuts most of Günzburg's original slichot. However, in most cases, it replaces them with a set of its own, as would seem fitting for an Eastern European audience. For that set corresponds with the Eastern Ashkenazic rite, as prescribed by Tirna. The Unicum preserved in Wolfenbüttel lacks the original title page. However, it does have a colophon, which tells us that it was printed in Lublin by Kalonimos ben Mordechai Joffe, and that it left the press on Sunday, June 27th, 1593. The illustrated edition printed in Venice that same year is dated to 353 on the title page. It could have been printed any time between the fall of 1592 and the fall of 1593. It is tempting to suspect that the Lublin edition was the earlier of the two, and that it was Joffe's attempt to customize Günzburg's work for an explicitly Eastern European market that prompted the original compiler to reprint his own work while making it less locally specific and more appropriate to a wider variety of Ashkenazic audiences. Joffe's Lublin edition may also have led Günzburg to make the fruit of his own labors more attractive to buyers by adding the woodcuts. However that may be, the version that was printed in Venice in 1593 remained indebted to the Italo-Ashkenazic tradition in a number of ways. A more thorough attempt to make Günzburg's Minhagim useful for a generic Ashkenazic audience was undertaken in Basel in 1611. Basel, we may recall, was a place where not a few Jews from Poland had their works printed at the time. One was Mordechai ben Shabtai, also known as Gimpel mi Pozna, who was responsible for the Minhagim edition at hand. In a Hebrew introduction, he pointed out the usefulness of Günzburg's work, which, however, could hardly be found in Poland, Bohemia, or Moravia. He had therefore felt an obligation to print it himself in order to make it available to the communities of these lands. Accordingly, he too saw fit to tamper with the text. Unlike Joffe, however, he did not simply replace those parts of the liturgy that were specific to the Italo-Ashkenazic minhag. Instead, he offered two alternatives throughout, giving first the slichot according to a generic Eastern Ashkenazic rite, and then those originally presented in Günzburg's text. In a similar vein, he also changed the text of the title page in one small but telling detail. Whereas the Venetian edition of 1593 had claimed to present alle Minhagim in Ashkenaz, as well as those of Italy, Poland, Bohemia, and Moravia, Gimpel of Poznan changed that order around. His version was meant to set out the customs of Poland first and foremost, followed by those of Belschland, Ashkenaz, Peim, and Mern. In short, the Basel edition is an example of what a Minhagim Buch geared to all sectors of the Ashkenazic diaspora could have looked like. However, this particular version did not turn out influential. The same year, 1611, saw the first printing of an illustrated version in Prague, which faithfully reproduced both the woodcuts, the original blocks having been brought to Prague in the meantime, and the text of the Venetian edition of 1593, and that settled the matter. It was in that guise that the remarkable success story of Günzburg's work took off. The text that was reprinted over and over again was indeed that of Venice 1593. An Eastern European version, or one that offered a full set of alternatives, as Gimpel of Poznan had in his Basel edition, was not printed again. As a matter of fact, after 1593, the Yiddish Minhagim Buch, to the best of my knowledge, never was printed in Eastern Europe. The version adapted by Joffe was not reprinted in Lublin. Günzburg's work was never printed in Krakow, although Yiddish printing certainly flourished there in the first half of the 17th century, and it was not printed in Żółkiew, when a Hebrew press was established there towards the end of that century. When Uri Freibusch Halevi of Amsterdam transferred his printing business to Galicia in 1691, he brought his fonts with him, the famous Otiot Amsterdam. He may well have brought the set of Minhagim woodcuts he had used earlier too. If he did, he never made use of them again. He had printed both Günzburg and Tirna in Amsterdam. While in Żółkiew, he and his descendants printed the Hebrew work, but not the Yiddish. Günzburg's Minhagim, or at least their printing, remained an essentially Western Ashkenazic affair. Thus, when Western Ashkenazi Jews switched to High German beginning in the early 1800s, the printing history of Günzburg's Minhagim came to a close. So does my present talk at the present moment. I'd be grateful for any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you.
Lucia, thank you very much. Also very illuminating presentation, and I hope I have questions, and I think that the audience have questions as well. We will keep them till the end of this panel. And I just will add one sentence that in the last years, the Center for Jewish Art established a section for printed books in the Index for Jewish Art, and now you can find their wonderful collection of Bill Gross, almost fully uploaded, and a collection of Schneerson Library from Moscow. Gross, the collection of Bill includes many copies of Minhagim books from different places, including those that you mentioned. So please use it for when. Okay, so Lucia, thank you very much again. And our last speakers in this panel are Dagmar Abujoch, who from the Center for Jewish Art at the Hebrew University, and Sharon Lieberman-Means from the library of the JTS in Sotheby's, New York. And they will bring us back to manuscripts and to speak about, I believe, uneasy relations between printed books and manuscripts. And the talk is titled From Pauline Catan to Italy, Ari Leib ben Daniel of Gorai, a wandering Jewish scribe of the 18th century. Please, Dagmar and Sharon, please, the floor is yours. I believe that I allowed you to share screens.
Thank you, Volodya. Thank you very much for inviting us to the conference and for the possibility of presenting our research on Ari Leib ben Daniel of Gorai. I'm going to start slide sharing. Beginning in 1732, we have the remarkable opportunity to follow the journey of Ari Leib ben Daniel, a talented scribe artist who began his life in Gorai, a town in eastern Poland, and then traveled from his hometown through Poland, Germany, Italy, ending in Avignon. His journeys are documented via the multiple inscriptions he has penned on his manuscripts that he both wrote and illustrated. While the revival of the arts of decorated Hebrew manuscripts in the 18th century is a subject that has been explored, the life and oeuvre of Ari Leib are especially worthy of scholarly attention, as he is the only scribe artist known to us who originated in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and then traveled through Europe, spending several years at work in Italy. One detail of his artistic career that is particularly striking is that all his known works are decorated Megillot Esther, that are scrolls comprising the book of Esther to be read on the holy day of Purim. So far, no other type of manuscript copied or decorated by him has been identified. At present, more than 40 decorated Megillot either bear his signature or can be attributed to him based on the style of ornamentation. His name appears on 11 scrolls, most of each are dated and include the places of their creation. These manuscripts reveal that Ari Leib was working between the years 1732 and 1755, and his inscriptions afford us the fascinating opportunity to trace his route and follow the development of his artistic aesthetic as he journeyed from Poland to Italy. Ari Leib's early work from 1932 until 1732 until 1737 primarily features ornamentation painted in colorful tempera, as we see on the screen here. However, by 1744, his art shifts to a new style. In the scrolls he produced from 1744 to 1755, we encounter his monochromatic pen and ink drawings, a sepia style that makes his manuscript instantly recognizable. Although we have not yet identified any manuscripts from the middle years between 1737 and 1744, it is likely that during this period, Ari Leib continued his work as an artist and scribe. When signing many of his works, Ari Leib proudly states that he originated in Gorai, a town located not far from Lublin. On some Megillot, he records that his hometown is in Polin-Katan, Lesser Poland. Historically, the area encompasses larger territories than the current Lesser Poland voivodeship and comprised the Krakow, Sandomierz, and Lublin voivodeships. In some of Arias Leib's notes, the name of the region appears in the abbreviated form. Currently, the first evidence of his artistic and scribal activity is in a scroll dating to August 30th, 1732, which was created in Godziszów, a town in the region of Lublin. His next extant Megillah bears the date July 17th, 1733, and was created in the small town of Javor in Silesia. By 1735, Andrea Leib was working in the town of Radensdorf in Germany. See his inscription on the slide. Later, in March 1737, we find an inscription that indicates that he was working in Spelm, which is also in Germany. His father's scribal inscriptions reveal that by 1744, he immigrated to Italy and settled in the town of Brescello, where his presence is documented on a scroll dated 1745. Between 1746 and 1748, Andrea Leib wrote and decorated several scrolls in Venice. In addition to Megillot, for which he served as both scribe and artist, Andrea Leib extended his reach to buyers by inscribing the text of the Book of Esther onto parchments, which were ornamented with printed borders designed by Francesco Grisellini, a renowned artist, scholar, author, and a member of the Italian Enlightenment. At least 7 such scrolls were created between 1745 and 1748. And they were primarily copied in Venice, and through one of them was scribed in Pisa. After 1748, we are not aware of any Megillot produced by Andrea Leib until 1755, at which point we find him in Avignon, where he wrote and ornamented the latest scroll known to us. While close to 40 scrolls are attributed to Andrea Leib's hand, not all of them bear his signature, and today we will focus on those that are signed by him. Often he signed his name on the blessing sheet of the Esther scroll, which were unattached, and when they were lost, it is harder to document his work. On the right is a blessing sheet where we learn that the scroll was created in Brescello in 1744. On the left is a blessing sheet also clearly written by Andrea Leib and dated 1748, but a later owner has erased Aria's name and inserted his own name. Here I'm going to stop, and my colleague Sharon will present the art of Andrea Leib scrolls. Thank you.
Thank you, Dagmara. I'm sorry, I just had to unmute. It took me one moment. As already mentioned, Andrea Leib created his earliest extant decorated Esther scroll during the years 1732 to 1737. And these are embellished with numerous decorations surrounding the text panels. And you can see here, these early scrolls are painted in vibrant multicolored tempera. And in fact, several of the scrolls bear remnants of gold highlights. Besides the use of color, another characteristic motif of his early scrolls are the nudes which separate the text columns. A few slides back, we noted the scroll of 1733 from Javor, featuring bare-breasted figures of angels. And similarly here in the 1737 scroll from Schwelm, the space between the columns are filled with canaphora, naked women with vases or baskets filled with flowers on their heads. Aryeh decorates all of his scrolls with a series of illustrations that are drawn directly from the text of the Book of Esther. He includes several iconic images, which you can see here in the squares on top. One example is the triumph of Mordechai at center, where Mordechai is shown on horseback as Haman parades him through the streets. And to the left of that, you can see the hanging of Haman. These are scenes very often found on Esther scrolls. However, next slide, please. In addition, Aryeh supplements the illustrations from the Book of Esther with imagery based on midrashim. And these midrashim are rabbinic expansions to the Esther narrative. One scene, often found in his Megillot, is a depiction of the execution of Queen Vashti. In the text of the Book of Esther, Vashti is deposed, perhaps sent away, expelled from the palace, but the Bible does not mention that she is punished with death. The rabbis, however, elaborated in the Midrash that she was killed for her misdeeds. And here you see several examples of how Aryeh has drawn Queen Vashti about to be beheaded. She is shown kneeling with the upper part of her body uncovered and her eyes blindfolded. And top left is one of his earlier scrolls in paint. And at the bottom, you see the more common scroll from his later period, which is a kind of monochromatic example. Next slide, please. Aryeh created a lively panoply of characters from the Esther story with the busts of men and women enclosed in medallions adorning the upper and lower margins. And here I've brought to you a grouping of these. He included the portraits of relatively minor figures from the Esther story. And here we see on the top level, the sons of Haman. In the middle level, examples of his depiction of the king's advisors. And on the bottom, he depicts the main protagonists of the Esther story. And you can see here Esther and others. Although Aryeh may have been inspired by portraits found on some of the printed borders for Amsterdam, and more on that in a minute, his depictions of these figures from the Esther story are much more numerous. And more importantly, he endows each of these characters with highly individualized faces and costumes, which I would love to go into, but time will not allow for it. Aryeh's whimsical characters add an element of personalization and creativity to his Megillot. Next slide, please. In his later monochromatic style, also known as his sepia style, Aryeh developed a visual vocabulary that employed a similar group of elements, which he uses over and over in his Megillot: pairs of lions, birds, griffins, vases and baskets filled with flowers, as well as floral motifs and fruits. He plays with these motifs, however, and creates individual patterns for each scroll. Although at first glance, the scrolls are aesthetically similar, the motifs vary in detail. And here you can see how the lion varies from one scroll to the other. One of them has curly manes and the other one it's straight. The tiny tendrils on the lion's mane are something that we find in many of his scrolls. It's kind of telling detail of Aryeh. Next slide, please. It seems reasonable to suggest that the profusely decorated walls of the synagogues found in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth may have provided the initial aesthetic inspiration for Aryeh's work. The proliferation of animals such as lions and eagles and griffins that were such an important component of his artistic vocabulary can be found on many of the walls of the synagogues. And we see here an interior view of the profusely painted wooden synagogue of Chodorov, which is near Lviv. These paintings were made by Israel ben Mordechai Loznicki of Yaroslavl in 1714. And this is one of just many examples of the painted synagogues of this particular area. And I'm wondering, am I showing up on the screen, or is it just a, okay, it's a picture of me because it's Dagmar, no problem. I was just wondering how this was coming. As he traveled, next slide, please. other visual elements clearly influenced Arya Leib's art. For example, we see here an image at left by Arya Leib, again based on Midrash. Haman is aiming his arrow at a wheel of the zodiac, and he did this in order to determine which would be the most auspicious month in which to destroy the Jewish people. And this arrow landed on the month of Adar, and you can see that more clearly in the printed version below. And below is an image from a group of Esther scrolls, which were printed in Amsterdam circa 1700. And this Amsterdam printed border was quite popular and spread throughout Europe. And Arya Leib need not have been in Amsterdam to have witnessed a copy of these printed scrolls from Amsterdam. And we see here that this scroll in Amsterdam also includes an image of the execution of Vashti. Now in Amsterdam, if you look at bottom right, she's always shown being strangulated. Two women are pulling a rope around her neck. However, in Arya Leib's scroll, she's killed by a sword. She's beheaded by a sword. However, this idea of the execution of Vashti is not a subject found in many other decorated Esther scroll. And so, whereas Arya Leib probably drew his inspiration from the printed border, he made it his own with the colored, with the execution of Vashti as beheaded. Encounters with the printed borders of Esther scrolls, both those created in Amsterdam and those created in Italy, as we have seen the Grisolini scroll, may have contributed to his shift to a monochromatic style of line drawing, which was his signature style once he arrived in Italy. So we have these painted scrolls as he's moving from Poland through Germany. And once he hits Italy, his style becomes completely other. He never goes back to this painted style. He keeps to a monochromatic style. And perhaps it's as a result of what he saw in the printed borders. Next slide, please. A few things about his scribal motifs. In many of his scrolls, the text is copied in a so-called Hamelech layout, where most, if not all of the text columns open with the Hebrew word Hamelech, literally meaning the king. The reason for this is that the book of Esther, the name of God, is absent. But this scribal custom symbolically alludes to God's presence in the Esther story. So the name Hamelech alludes to the king, God the king. And often the word Hamelech is highlighted in Arya Leib's scroll. And you see on right where the word itself is pulled out in a rondel between two columns. And at left where he puts this little fleur-de-lis on top of the word Hamelech, which begins each column. Next slide, please. Another scribal practice that we can observe in his scrolls is the manner in which he highlights the letters forming God's name within the text, both the tetragrammaton and the name Ehyeh. So in the book of Esther, there are 5 verses containing letters in successive words which form God's name. And marking or highlighting these specific letters that spell out God's name was a habit practiced by Jewish scribes, primarily from German-speaking lands. However, Arya Leib employs the scribal practice in scrolls produced both in the early and later stages of his career. And you can see in some instances on the left, the words of the initials of God's name are highlighted with a crownlet, a little tendril bent to the right. And in other scrolls, the letters are enlarged. Next scroll, please. Next slide, please, which will also be another scroll. A significant difference between his early and later scrolls is seen in the layout of a short section of the 9th chapter of the book of Esther, which lists the names of the 10 sons of Haman. In a vast number of scrolls from different localities, these names were copied in 11 lines divided into 2 columns. And the normative layout can be observed in the group of scrolls produced by Arya after his arrival from Italy, and you see that at left here. However, all 5 of his earliest and colorful scrolls feature a very irregular layout where the names of Haman's sons are incorporated into a column of text with some lines written above and some lines written below. So you can see how his scribal practices are changing as he moves from Poland, Germany, and then down to Italy. And not only did the scribal practices changes, but an analysis of the physical aspects of the scrolls produced by Arya Leib, it is clear that he begins using local materials and local customs and how the scroll is constructed. So in Poland and Germany, his scrolls are made of parchment and have a suede-like quality and are a bit grayish in color, and both sides of the parchment are equalized. However, the scrolls he wrote in Italy are written on brighter and smoother parchment, and the blank side of the parchment is slightly yellow with traces of animal hair visible. Moreover, the membranes of his early scrolls are glued together, as can be found in Megillot produced in German-speaking lands. However, the membranes from his scroll produced in Italy from the 1740s onwards are stitched together, and this is the common practice that is found in the majority of decorated Esther scrolls. In conclusion, we have brought together the work of Arya Leib that reflects his scribal and artistic journey of more than 3 decades. Many of the speakers today have focused on the Italian artistic influences on the Jewish culture in Polish lands, and it's therefore interesting to explore a scribe artist who originated in Poland and note how his style is transformed as he travels in the other direction, through Italy, through Europe to Italy. And we note how he absorbs the artistic influences and the scribal practices from the different milieus he passes along the way. As more and more of the world's cultural institutions digitize their collections and more unknown works are brought to light, we hope that further research will uncover more works of Arya Leib and allow for further revelations of the life and artistic oeuvre of this wandering scribe artist. And I'd like to thank Dagmara, my colleague and collaborator in all things Esther Scroll, for working with me on this project. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dagmara and Sharon. Wonderful, also wonderful presentation. We had 3 wonderful presentations. And Andrea, can we have a couple of questions from the audience, I think? Wait a little bit. So questions? If I don't see you, please unmute yourself and speak directly. If you have no questions, in the meantime, I'll have a short note and short question. What we have seen from the Megillot Esther, I will make an advertisement that Barbara Bujoch is now working in the center on the catalog of illuminated Esther scrolls, and many of manuscripts that you saw and hundreds of others are available online in the Index of Jewish Art, so please come and see them. And the question, and if you can keep the answer short, about costumes depicted by Arya Leib of Gorai. Do they represent Polish tradition? Do they represent an Italian tradition? So what if we can learn something historically from them, or it's an abstraction and it's a common way of representing biblical figures?
That is a very good question, and it's something that we really could have focused on. And maybe Dagmara, while I'm speaking, will find one scroll. We actually find in several of the costumes that the Jews are dressed in Ashkenazic style, as you would find in the manuscripts of the 18th century, wearing baretas, these kind of flat Jewish hats that we find in Ashkenazi Jews. You actually find them in the illustrated Sefer Minhagim. They show up that way. And this is part of a phenomena. His decorated scrolls are part of a phenomena of the Renaissance of Hebrew manuscripts in the 18th century, which we didn't have time to go into. And the costumes in some of these scrolls do follow along from kind of the Ashkenazi practice. However, I think the nudes may look a lot more like what we find in Italian Hebrew manuscripts. So you have a bit of a jumble is the wrong word, but an inclusion of costumes from Ashkenaz and artistic motifs and the nudes that you find more prevalently in Italy. Dagmar, do you have anything that you wanted to add to that, or that's?
Yeah, and the next riddle for us is also, as we can see in those scrolls made in sepia, that the figures are somehow related to oriental representations, that they are clothed in oriental garments. For example, we can see the details like sash, like a saber. And our question, that is still an open question, is if there are alluding to the costumes of the Polish nobility of the 18th, 17th and 18th centuries, or there could be taken from a kind of model book, a kind of fashion book. We still don't know the answer. We can recognize some parts, some details of Polish national costume, but not all of them. So we need to focus on this subject in the future.
Thank you very much. More questions from the audience, please, for all three papers. Okay, if there is no questions and we are late again, so
okay,
Andrea,
but we are in time again, so thank you very much to the last speakers, of course, for the very interesting lectures, but in the same times because they respect the time, so we are again in time. So let's begin the fourth and final section of the conference, entitled Modern and Contemporary Italy, in which we will have the pleasure of listening to 4 lectures describing the relation between Italy and Eastern Europe during the 19th and the 20th century. And in particular concerning, on the one hand, political and anti-Semitic persecution issues, and on the other, the cataloging of the Italian Jewish cultural heritage and the revival, we can call in this way, of Yiddish theatrical and musical culture in Italy. I remind you again that each speaker has 15 minutes. And finally, if you have any questions, you can write them down and they will be posed to the speakers at the end of the lecture. So let's start with Luisa Levi d'Ancona Modena of the European Forum at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, who will present a paper entitled Activists of Eastern European Jewish Origin in Liberal Italy. So please.
Hello, thank you. I would like to share my screen, please.
Yeah, I believe you can do it, no?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We see it.
Ok. Non vedo me stessa. Dove sono io? Vabbè. This modest insertion in the local newspaper La Nazione, advertising Ernestina Paper's Women's Clinic in Florence, this one here, revealed an important moment for the history of women in Italy, as it inaugurated the presence of professional women in Italian society. From a wealthy Jewish family in Odessa, Ernestina was the first woman to graduate in Italy in 1877 and to practice medicine. After her, other Russian-born Jewish women moved to Italy to study and work, and were active as feminists and or as socialists. So in this paper, I would like to compare their activity to that of several Jewish men of Eastern European origin, also them activists in Italy. So this paper is part of a wider project on the history of Jewish philanthropy and activism in Italy. And it has a section also on material culture. And it owes a lot on the recent studies of Abigail Green on Jewish internationals. Other work has focused on the changing dynamics of Italian Jewish networks between the 18th and the 20th century, but exchanges beyond the Mediterranean and involving women have received scarce attention. So here I focus and compare Jewish European women and men activists and the role in shaping a secular civil, trying to shape a secular civil society in liberal Italy. From the start, I want to make 2 points. I am not arguing that change in Italy was brought from outside, neither from the West, nor from the North, nor from the East, but I'm convinced that change is favored by the encounter and exchange in terms of ideas, projects, and trajectories. And second, I focus on people on the margins or often completely detached from Jewish institutions, and but that nonetheless, I believe belong to Jewish history. So in macro terms, liberal Italy is a land of emigration, not immigration. Also, Eastern European Jewish immigrants were not attracted to Italy. From the end of the 18th century, the peninsula had, however, been an important stop for elite immigration and artists on the Grand Tour. Because of today's venue, I want to spend a few words on their artistic scene. Attracted by its classical heritage, foreign artists, collectors, art dealers lived for long or short periods in Italian cities of art, Rome, Florence, but also Naples and Venice. Among these, there were also several Jews. For Beeman, who has studied the German Jewish love for Italy, this passion allowed them, and I quote, to live the practical illusion of overcoming the limitation of their marginality. German Jewish artists, such as Moritz Oppenheim on his way to take portraits of the Rothschilds in Naples, or the winners of the Bear Prize from the 1830s. As recently shown by Ilka Berz, the Bear Prize was instituted by the poet Michael at a German institution to work for various months in Rome, and it functioned from 1836 to 1921, and in 1861 it was open also to musicians and to non-Jews. Among the winners, there were also Jewish artists of Eastern European origin, such as the Hungarian sculptor Joseph Rona, who was in Rome in 1885, or Yehuda Opstein from Minsk, who was in Rome in 1900. Most of these artists lived in Rome for a previous period of time, but some, like the painter and symbologist engraver Zygmunt Lipinski, arrived in Rome as a Bear laureate in 1905 and opened an art school in Via Margutta. As many of his foreign colleagues, also Lipinski had to leave during the First World War, but he returned to Rome after the First World War. Polish-born Henrik Enrico Glichenstein lived in Rome from 1895 until 1928, when he moved to the US. And Epstein, Lipinski, and Glichenstein were also in the circles of Prague-born Jewish art dealer and collector Ludwig Pollack, around whom many foreign intellectuals, archaeologists, especially German-speaking, rotated. So these names attest to continuous flows of Jewish artists of Eastern European Italy, but as I'm not an art historian, I will focus on the activists. So parallel to the art scene, 19th century Italy also attracted intellectuals and political progressives from all over Europe. Exiles from the 1848 revolutions, volunteers in the Risorgimento wars, perceived as a liberal crusade, women and men fascinated by Mazzinian ideas and anti-clericals. So among them, there were also several Jews, and I will start from the men. So the first man I want to speak about is Armand Lévy, who was a French cosmopolitan revolutionary, a fascinating example of the intersection of 19th century transnational liberal causes of Italian, Polish, Romanian nationalism, Freemasonry, and Jewish universalism. His connection with Eastern Europe was a question of choice. As the secretary and the spiritual heir of the Polish poet Adam Mickiewicz, the most important exponent of Polish Romanticism, and in Levi's definition, un ami des Juifs. Levi's activity in Rome may be divided. He arrived there as an exile after the Paris Commune in 1871. And he stayed for a decade, 1871-1881. And his stay in Rome, his activity in Rome may be divided in 3 areas: anti-clericalism, as promoter of Mickiewicz's memory and polonité in Italy, and he was one of the founders of the Alliances Religiose Universelle in Rome. So, as reconstructed by Bucciantini, Levi had been the first promoter of a monument for Giordano Bruno, an important anti-clerical symbol in the secular wars between the new Italian liberal state and the church authorities. Because he was a French Freemason of Jewish origin, Levi's name was removed until recently from the city memory. As an ambassador of Polonité and of Mickiewicz's memory in particular, Levi encouraged the translation of his works in Italian and in Hebrew, as Mosè Ascarelli, here we can see it, translation of Polish Nation and Polish Pilgrims, and Levi fundraised for his statues in Rome. Levi was also among the founders of the Roman branch of the Alliances Religiose Universelle in 1873, focusing mostly on Jewish emancipation in Romania. So Levi chose to act in favor of Jews, Poles, Romanians, anti-clericalism, making him an interesting example of the intersection of these different 19th century liberal causes. A different constellation of Eastern European activists function as meteore, in Cavaglion's expression, as meteors, in the cultural Jewish reawakening of early Zionism in Italy at the end of the 19th century. In 1898, another meteor arrived from Odessa. Young Vladimir Jabotinsky, a 19-year-old, lived in Rome for 3 years, and studying and writing on Italy in the Russian press and on Russia in Italian journals. In line with other thinkers studied by Shlomo Avineri, also Jabotinsky elaborated his ideas on nationalism inspired by the Italian Risorgimento. In his autobiography, fabricated as it may be, he wrote, and we have this: "If I have a spiritual homeland, it is Italy rather than Russia. My whole attitude towards the problem of nationalism, state and society took place during these years under Italy's influence. The story of Garibaldi, the writing of Mazzini, the poetry of Leopardi and Giusti enriched and deepened my superficial of Zionism and developed it as a tangible concept evolving from an instinctive feeling. The encounter between Eastern European Russian meteore and Italy had influence both ways, we see here. So early Zionists in Italy, but also the Risorgimento experiences and nationalism on Zionism. A different configuration of the encounter between Jews and Eastern Europe and Italy occurred around the figure of David Lubin, who moved to Rome to create the International Agricultural Institute in 1905. Lubin had immigrated as a young boy from Poland to California. Here he had become a successful businessman, and after a trip to Palestine, he became convinced that agriculture was the future of the world. Lubin became a farmer himself, was active in the Jewish Colonization Association for the settlement of Eastern European Jews and farms in California, and convinced that by sharing knowledge and a system of rural credit, farmers would improve their economic and social status, he traveled to Europe. But only in Italy, he found people interested in the project. In contact with the chief rabbi Vittorio Castiglioni of Rome, chief rabbi of Rome, Vittorio Castiglioni, with the radical Jewish Freemason Ernesto Nathan, who 2 years later became mayor of Rome, and with Luigi Luzzatti, the economist and politician Luigi Luzzatti, then Minister of Treasury, Lubin was presented to the king, who supported the plan in view of a potential prominent role for Italy in the international scene. So with the king's support, Lubin created the International Agricultural Institute in Rome in 1905, the antecedent of the FAO, that is the only multilateral organization present in Italy today. So the FAO, its website, and other literature on the FAO and the Institute do recognize this important figure of Lubin, but tend to ignore the fact that he was Jewish, although he himself, when was interviewed, but he explained to an interviewer in 1909 that asked him, how did you get the idea on doing this International Agricultural Institute? He answered, and I quote, it is a long story. It dates back to the centuries of the life of a very small nation, a life of the utmost significance to all the nations of the earth and for all the time to come. It dates back to Aaron, to Abraham, with the mission of servant to the nations. In 1884, when I brought my mother to the Holy Land, I was vividly reminded of the mission of my people, to render service in the ways Israel is to serve. The Institute does not merely stand as an ameliorating factor for farmers, but for economic equity among the people of all nations. So while in Rome, Lubin continued to stay in contact also with with the Jewish personalities and with transnational organizations. He corresponded with Israel Zangwill and the JTO, and had discussions with Max Nordau and others. So Levy, Jabotinsky, and Lubin were very different type of activists. They were attracted to Italy mostly temporarily, both by ideological if romanticized notions, and mediated with different types of transnational Jewish organizations and or movements. So several Jewish women also were drawn to Italy by progressive ideas, but were not involved in international Jewish organizations and got involved in different types of activism in Italy. In particular, we can identify a group of Jewish women who moved from Russia to Italy, often via Switzerland. Much has been written on these unconventional, already partially radicalized Russian-born Jewish women who brought to the West their faith in science, in the power of education, and in the equality of women, and their desire to be of use to the masses. Usually, Italy is out of these discussions, but it is instead an interesting case exactly because these women arrived at a moment of political instability, which actually created a vacuum in which they could act. Most of these Jewish women came from the port city of Odessa, where commerce, professions, and secular culture thrived within growing circles of middle-class Jewish families. They moved to Italy because they saw Italy's open universities as progressive, but on arrival, they found that Italian women were excluded from political and property rights, and often from education, while the strict sense of sexual hierarchy in the family extended to work regulations. So in different ways, this became the focus of their activities. So we already mentioned Ernestina Paper-Puritz, the first woman to graduate in Italy in 1977. She had moved from Odessa to Zurich in 1870 to study medicine, and then on to Pisa, where as the only woman enrolled in university, she was, and I quote from a newspaper, admired for her passion for science and hard work. After graduating in Florence, she opened a private practice in 1878, although prejudice against women were still very strong. And as a moderate feminist, Ernestina was active in secular women's associations and promoted secular secondary education for women and professional formation. Ernestina's cousin Giacomo, also a doctor from Odessa and an active member of the Florentine Cremation Society, married into the Nathan family. And like the Nathan family, also Ernestina was not a member of the local Jewish community, although her name does appear in the on a subscription list of the Keren Kayemet newly funded in 1923, the branch in Florence. So by importing her passion for science from Odessa to Italy, Ernestina opened up opportunities for women in medical science and professional life. She was deeply secular, hence the preference for cremation. She shared with several Italian Jews of her time and was ready to engage with the new Zionist challenges. Much has been written on Anna Kuleshov, alias Anna Rosenstein, who chose the name Kuleshov to emphasize her Russian roots. She had led a life of exile, prison, study between Russia, Switzerland, Paris, and finally she arrives in Italy, where in her own words, she put an end to her life as a wandering Jew. The first woman to graduate in medicine in Naples in 1886, she continued to face obstacles to her medical career, pushing her to play a fundamental role in Italian feminism and socialism. For her, women's emancipation was central to the socialist revolution. A self-proclaimed atheist, her partners both in life and in politics were non-Jews, and her only daughter, Andrina, was a fervent Catholic. While focusing her activity on Italy, her correspondence reveals, however, that she continued to look to Russia. She condemned the Russian pogroms of the early 1880s as medieval wars of religion, brutal and wild. And in 1917, she rejoiced at the Balfour Declaration and criticized the Italian Prime Minister Orlando because he referred to Palestine only as the holy land of the sepulchre, with no mention to, and I quote, the people persecuted in most all of Europe, which will finally have its own place of refuge from all pogroms, including those carried out by Russian revolutionaries. In Italy, Kuleshov had no contact with Jewish organization and rejected what she thought were expressions of bourgeois elite feminism. For her, women's work and suffrage were the only keys to change. Maria Fishman di Vestea was the first woman to graduate in medicine in Pisa in 1893. After her marriage, Maria stopped practicing medicine and focused her activity on women's education, opposed the state-regulated prostitution, and strenuously campaigned for suffrage both nationally and internationally. The press noted her self-confidence in addressing all male audiences on controversial issues, for example, on co-ed sex education, deeming her attitude foreign to the majority of Italian women. Although Maria had married her non-Jewish professor in Pisa, she plainly retained some kind of Jewish identity because she asked to be buried Jewishly in the Jewish cemetery when she died in 1931. So most of these Russian Jewish women students moved to Italy, studied medicine, but not all. For example, Angelica Balabanov, who arrived in Italy that she calls her beautiful country of adoption in 1901 to study philosophy with the Marxist Labriola. For the socialist Balabanov, the woman question was no priority, as the revolution would bring the ultimate solution to the problem. Throughout her many peregrinations, which eventually brought her back to Italy after World War II, Balabanov remained the voice and the face of international pacifism. Male intellectuals, students, and doctors of Jewish origins, Eastern European, also moved to Italy at the turn of the 20th century. Particularly famous was the Russian colony in Nervi in Liguria, where Alexander Zalmanov directed a sanatorium, hosting Balabanov many times, Rosa Luxemburg, Trotsky, for whom he organized conferences, and many more. Zalmanov was active in committees for Russian refugees, as was also his colleague, the Menshevik Dr. Viktor Avigdor Mandelberg, who practiced in Navy between 1907 and 1917. So let's read a few lines from Mandelberg's autobiography, published in Hebrew in 1942. I chose Italy because an immigrant doctor was allowed to practice among his connationals. For 3 consecutive winters, Shalom Aleichem was, and then I found this photo in the archive of the National Library, so we actually see him also. Shalom Aleichem was brought by his wife. He read his works and fundraising events that were open to the whole of the Russian colony, 90% of which were Jews. He wrote for Heint today, and we see it here. It's in the photo, the biggest daily edition in Warsaw. And before he sent articles in, this is Mandelberg, his doctor talking, he would read them to me. So as many other foreigners, also Mandelberg eventually had to leave and eventually he went back to Russia, but eventually he immigrated to Palestine, where he continued his medical career. So in conclusion, we have shown how clusters of Eastern European Jewish doctors, activists, artists existed in liberal Italy. Men and women followed, however, different paths of activism. Whereas the men were in Italy temporary and became involved with committees for Russian refugees in Russia and elsewhere, women moved permanently, focusing their activity in the local feminist and or socialist association. These different configuration of Eastern European Jewish women and men in Italy raised questions about how gender framed transnational trajectories. There was a space for Jewish men in transnational Jewish organization, the Alliance, also Zionism, with no parallel for Jewish women who were instead projected in non-Jewish internationals of pacifism, feminism, and socialism, and were essential in bringing these to Italy. In the unclear legislative context of liberal Italy, these women found a space to act and had an impact in shaping a secular civil society, although it was still very fragile. In many ways, the Jewish identity of these women was contingent rather than constitutive, but I think it was not irrelevant. Their marginality as foreign Jews women made it possible for them to transcend barriers, inspiring others, Italian women, Jewish and non-Jewish, to do the same in the years before and after the First World War. I hope the experience of these Eastern European activists, both women and men in Italy, show the necessity of enlarging the scope of a national-based study of Jewish history, of taking into consideration men and women, their interaction with Jewish and secular civil society, and appreciate the bionivocal exchanges of these encounters.
Many thanks to Luisa Levi for a really interesting lecture. And now Martina Mampieri, Martin Buber Fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, who will present a paper entitled From Galicia to Fascist Italy, Isaiah Sonne and Italy's Jewish Cultural Heritage.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to try my screen. Here we go. And let's go start.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for staying here until the very last panel. Thank you to the organizers of the Center for Jewish Art at the Hebrew University and the Fondazione dei Beni Culturali Ebraici in Italia. I also am indebted to the Martin Buber Society of Fellows, who's currently supporting my research, and I am grateful for all the many institutions that funded my research during the last years. So I will start. Isaiah Sonne was a major contributor to the study of the Italian Renaissance and was able to discover and publish a great number of Jewish documents and historical writings. Much earlier than Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi's publication of Zachor, Jewish History and Jewish Memory, Sonne reflected on the role of early modern Jewish chronicles and looked at them as the real shift in the shaping of a new historical consciousness among the Jewish people. Sorry. Right. In 1931, he published a 16th century chronicle in Hebrew, the Divrei Yamim shel Apifior Paolo Arrevi Annikrat Teatino, which was the topic of my PhD thesis and my first book, written by Benjamin Nehemiah Ben Elnatan from Civitanova Marche, who was a moneylender from the periphery of the Papal States. In the introduction, Sonne gave a very mysterious description of the manuscript, which is preserved at the National Library of Israel. He didn't talk about the ownership signatures that is possible to find in the manuscript, and only said that he had had a chance to look at the manuscript for a couple of hours. Since Sonne also didn't mention who allowed him to copy the manuscript, when and where, and also since the manuscript was not an autograph from the 16th century, while I was working on my PhD, I thought that further research was needed. Thanks to a research fellowship in 2016, I spent a month doing archival research at the American Jewish Archives of the Hebrew Union College in Cincinnati, where part of Zonne's archives are preserved today, and I started collecting precious correspondence on the scholar himself. Thanks to other research fellowships, I could continue my investigations on Zonne's footsteps in Jerusalem, at the National Library of Israel, where another part of the Zonne's archives are, and at the Yad Ben-Zvi Institute, where Zonne's collection of manuscripts and rare books is. Isaiah, I don't know, okay, yes. Isaiah or Yeshayahu Zonne was born on the 26th of February, 1887 in Moshiska in Galicia, a province of the former Habsburg Empire, to Lev Yehuda and Leah Ethel. He was the third child out of 10 children. Like many other young Galicianer of his time, Isaiah was attracted to Florence thanks to the presence of another Galician rabbi, Samuel Hirsch Margulies, from the city of Berezani. In 1890, Margulies was appointed as the chief rabbi of Florence, and from 1899 until his death, he served as the director of the Collegio Rabbinico Italiano, Italy's only rabbinical seminary. The Galician rabbi invited a few Galician German-educated young scholars, including Ismar Elbogen and Zvi Perez Hayes, to teach at the Collegio Rabbinico Italiano. Among the Galician students of the college, one needs to remember Israel Zoller, who then converted to Christianity in 1944 with the name of Eugenio Zolli. Zonne was the youngest Galicianer to move to Florence, and he received his rabbinical ordination in 1913 and obtained his doctorate in Jewish philosophy with a thesis on Spinoza from the University of Zurich in 1919. He returned for a short time to Poland to teach in the Jewish School of Lodz. And in 1925, he moved back to Florence to teach Talmud, philosophy, rabbinical literature, and Jewish history at the Collegio Rabbinico Italiano. Because of his exceptional linguistics and paleographic skills, in the 1930s, the Union of the Italian Jewish Communities, the Unione delle Comunità Israelitiche Italiane, entrusted Zonne with the challenging task of preparing an inventory of the manuscript and bibliographic treasures held in the Italian Jewish communities' libraries and archives. This undertaking, which consisted not only in the writing of the individual catalogs, but also in the reorganization of the materials and the preservation of the most ancient documents exposed to mold and erosion, took several years and was expected to result in a published volume, De relazione sul patrimonio bibliografico delle comunità israelitiche italiane. However, for several reasons, the project never saw the light of the day during Zonne's lifetime, and the typewritten inventories, which are preserved in Rome and the National Library of Israel, have been published in digital form only last year. And here you can see a screenshot from this project, this important digitization project, and I will try to share also the link to the website of the Centro di Documentazione Ebraica Contemporanea in Milan. This is the link, and I will copy in the chat. I'm trying. I don't manage. I'm sorry about that. I will copy in the chat later, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yes. Okay. So this digitization project was published last year on the website. All the typewritten inventories that were written by Zonne are now digitized, and they are possible to be downloaded for free on the website of the CEDEC. So between 1934 and 1936, Zonne visited many Italian communities and prepared these typewritten inventories on the treasures preserved in 21 communities, including Alessandria, Ancona, Casale Monferrato, Asti e Moncalvo, Ferrara, Firenze, Genova, Gorizia, Mantova, Modena e Reggio Emilia, Padova e Rovigo, Roma, Torino, Trieste, Venezia, Vercelli, Verona, and the islands of of Rhodes in the Aegean Sea, which had been a colony of the Italian kingdom since 1912. The original project, however, involved other Italian cities like Bologna, Livorno, Merano, Milano, Naples, Napoli, Parma, and Pisa, and the colonial territories of Benghazi in the Italian Libya, as well as Abbazia and Fiume, both in modern-day Croatia, which Zonne did not manage to visit and examine. Although partial and fragmentary, the extant inventories of the above-mentioned 21 communities are extremely important, as they reveal details about archival documents, manuscripts, incunabula, early printed and rare books, ketubot, and even epigraphic materials. Moreover, as in the case of the community of Rome, Zonne's work testifies to the richness of the richness of the collections before this had been heavily plundered in October 1943 during the Nazi occupation of Italy by the Einsatzstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg, the ERR, a special commando dedicated to the plunder of cultural artifacts established by Alfred Rosenberg. In 1936, Zonne left Florence for the island of Rhodes, where he was appointed the acting director of the Rabbinical College for Sephardic Jews. The college was opened in 1928, thanks to the efforts of the Italian governor of the island, Mario Lago, who envisioned the institutions, in the words of Aaron Rodriguez, and I quote, as a prime vector for the spread of Italian influence among the Sephardic communities of the Middle East and Southeastern Europe, end of quote. If on the one hand, the Rabbinical College was established to train for Sephardic communities the future rabbis and chief rabbis, which they were desperately in need of, the other mission of the institution was the promotion of the Italianità, the Italianness, and the Italian language among Greek people and non-native Italian speakers. After only 10 years of existence, the financial instability of the college led to its closure even before the enactment of the Italian racial laws in the end of 1938. Lago's successor, Giovanni Maria De Vecchi di Valcismon, one of the four leaders of the March on Rome in 1922, ordered the closing down of the seminary on the 28th August 1938. As a result of the racial laws, Zonne had to leave both Rhodes and Italy because he did not have Italian citizenship. The expulsion from Italy exacerbated the already tormented career and life of the Galician scholar, whose wife, Sara Amanda Cartagener, had died in 1934 at the age of 42. Alone in Italy and unable to take care of his youngest child because of his continuous travels all over Italy and Rhodes, he gave up custody of Daniel, his son, he was only 8 years old, to his sister-in-law in Jerusalem, Masha Cartagener, and her husband, Itzhak Mann. Upon the proclamation of the race laws, Zonne's eldest daughter, Shulamit, who had already graduated in chemistry the previous year, was denied to get a second degree in pharmacy at the University of Florence. Since she did not manage to reach her father and brother in Jerusalem, and all non-Italian Jews had to leave Italy by March 1939, she went first to France, but then she decided to go back to northern Italy, where she became one of the organizers of the underground movement. The problematic international situation and the issue of the racial laws in Italy forced Zonne to flee. Simon Bernstein, who was the director of the Palestine Department of the Zionist Organization of America, enabled Zonne to get a tourist entry permit for Palestine, valid for several months, and once in Jerusalem, he obtained a visa to extend his stay there. During that time, however, Zonne received an invitation letter to join the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati as a refugee scholar. And despite the reservations of some faculty members in 1940, Zonne moved to Cincinnati, where he was appointed research librarian. Although Zonne never obtained the tenured position he wished for during the 20 years spent in Ohio, he could teach his own classes of medieval Jewish history at the college. And more importantly, the employment at HUC, the Hebrew Union College, granted him some economic stability and relative tranquility. After the premature death of his friend and relative Jacob Mann, also a Galician Jew from Pizmešil, on the 23rd of October 1940, Zonne married his widow, Margit Klein. Zonne's daughter, Sulamit, after fighting in the Italian underground movement at the end of the war, could finally get a visa and joined her father in the United States in July 1945. His son, Daniel, could also move to America in 1945 and then began his studies in agriculture at the university in California. Isaiah Zonne died unexpectedly in his sleeping on November 27, 1960, at the age of 73, before he could do the Aliyah to Israel. Despite during his eventful life between Galicia, Italy, Switzerland, Rhodes, Palestine, and the United States, Zonne never received the tenure position he wished, or never obtained the popularity of Salo Baron, another Galician colleague. His scholarly contributions to the field of Italian Jewish studies still remain fundamental. And among his other merits, Zonne brought the interest for Italy and its Jewish history to America through his scholarship and librarianship, and initiated a brand new field, that is to say, the history of the Jewish book and the Hebrew printing. Zonne's life was, without any doubt, a life spent for books. The books he read, the books he wrote, the books he reviewed, but also the books he sold, bought, and collected. Besides being a scholar and a librarian, Isaiah Zonne was also an exceptional book dealer and collector. His collection, composed of several hundreds of manuscripts and early printed books, is today preserved in the library of the Yad Ben Tzvi Institute in Jerusalem. To conclude, I hope with my current book project to soon shed light on Zonne's biography as a distinguished scholar, paleographer, bibliophile, bibliographer, librarian, book dealer, and collector, and reappraise this neglected and brilliant representative of the last generation of the Wissenschaft des Judentums and his love for Jewish book culture and Italy. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, my microphone was switched off. Sorry. So again, many thanks to Martina Mampieri for her lectures about this a long forgotten protagonist of the valorization of the Jewish cultural heritage in Italy. And now it's a pleasure to present Agnes Kelleman of the Masaryk Institute and Archives of the Czech Academy of Science, who will present a paper entitled Hungarian Refugees from Antisemitism in Fascist Italy. So please, Agnes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I hope you see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, so also thank you very much for the opportunity that I can present part of my research in this conference, although it's a little bit outside of the topic of art history and cultural heritage studies. So it is a research about the history of universities. So first I will show you just a summary of the events that concern this story. So for a decade and a half, from the introduction of the Gentile reform in 1923 to the introduction of anti-Semitic legislation in fascist 1938, fascist Italy provided a shelter for Hungarian Jewish intellectual refugees, amongst many other foreign Jews, of course. But these Hungarian students I will talk about, they were exiled from Hungarian universities by the infamous anti-Semitic numerus clausus law introduced in 1920. The paradox lies in the strengthening cultural and political ties between the two states over the 1920s and the 1930s, and the contradiction around who were to benefit from it. Both the Hungarian and the Italian higher educational systems were reshaped in the early 1920s. However, the same Jewish students played two opposite roles in them. In Hungary, they were regarded as outsiders to be removed, whereas in Italy, they appeared as useful foreigners contributing to the internationalizing of universities and the export of Italian culture. In 1919 and 20, anti-Semites previously marginalized by the liberal political establishment of the Habsburg monarchy came to rule Hungary, and by establishing a restrictive Jewish quota in universities with the new regulation of the higher education, well, known as the numerus clausus, they set in motion a quite long and painful process of de-emancipation. The justification for the reform was the overproduction of intellectuals, so to say, thus that the labor market needed much less intellectual professionals than the number of university graduates. However, in addition to the state's intervention in the regulation of the number of youngsters to be trained at certain faculties, the numerus clausus law also stipulated that Jewish enrollment as first-year students should not exceed the Jewish proportion in the general population, which was 6%, whereas among the applicants to universities, 1/3 of the applicants were Jewish usually. This meant a grave limitation of the formerly free and indeed large-scale educational mobility of Hungarian Jewry. From 1920 onwards, the majority of Jewish applicants were turned down every year. In addition, those admitted often faced anti-Semitic violence on campus. Hence, thousands of Hungarian Jews became part of the much broader story of Eastern and Central European Jews' westward student migration. Interwar contemporaries quickly coined the term refugees or exiles of the numerus clausus to describe those 5,000 to 10,000 Hungarian Jewish emigre students who escaped from the academic anti-Semitism of their native country. So to move on to the Italian scene, many historians hold that Jews were not special targets of Italian propaganda which aimed to attract foreign students, and for a long time it was not clear that so many of the foreign students were Jewish. At the same time, Renzo De Felice argues that it was a well-known fact already in the 1920s. According to him, the reduction of university tuition fees for foreigners was itself a gesture on Mussolini's part addressed to Italian Jewry for the sake of mutually trustful relations between the government and the community. Before 1923, only very few Hungarians enrolled in Italian universities. In 1923, when the Italian government decided to offer free tuition for foreigners for 2 years, 200 to 300 foreign students arrived, out of the majority Jewish, but we do not know how many of them came from Hungary because the Hungarian Statistical Yearbook included Italy only from 1925 in its statistics. Nevertheless, 1923 was seen as the year when Italy became a target country of Hungarian students. An article titled "Thanks to Mussolini" in the Jewish weekly Egyenlőség reported in 1923 that Mussolini's minister Giovanni Gentile instructed Italian universities to waive the tuition and exam fees for Hungarian Jewish students. This interpretation was, of course, misleading because the measure was about foreigners in general, not specifically about Hungarians and also not about Jews. Nevertheless, this is how it was seen in the Hungarian Jewish press. The academic year of 1933 and 32 was the peak of Hungarian students' presence in Italy, with 297 individuals enrolled. Later in the 1930s, Hungarian students' presence in Italy decreased due to a new Italian law of 1935, which made it very difficult for foreign citizens to work in Italy as doctors, veterinarians, or pharmacists. And basically 3/4 of the Hungarian students studied medicine in Italy. Thus, by the mid-30s, Italian professional associations demanded that the internationalization of the universities should not lead to the permanent settling of so many foreign competitors in the country. However, the final stop to the arrival of foreign, including Hungarian Jewish students, occurred with the introduction of the racial laws in 1938. And now moving on, so how they lived in Italy. Importantly, although Hungary was the only country in the 1920s to elevate academic anti-Semitism to the level of legislation, it was not the only country to discriminate against Jews in higher education. Romanian and Polish universities reduced the proportion of Jews in the student body with informal but also very efficient measures. In addition, as Elisa Signori emphasized in her groundbreaking research, many of the foreign students of Italian academia were Jews from the Baltic countries in this time. Thus, Hungarian Jews were but one group among foreign Jewish students. Altogether, nearly 800 Hungarians, almost all of them Jewish, studied in fascist Italy between the Gentile reform and the racial legislation. In addition, Italy was very significant for Hungarian Jewry as the third most popular target country of peregrination, right after Austria and the Weimar Republic. The preponderance of Jews among Hungarian migrant students in Italy was acknowledged several times and criticized by Hungarian diplomats. A report written in 1928 by István Pőzsel, the Hungarian consul in Milan, pointed out that the vast majority of Hungarian students in Italy were not those who were meant to benefit from Hungarian-Italian cultural friendship, because these are Jewish. He added that most of them enrolled in medical faculties and that they had financial difficulties, were provided only with meager support from their families and also from the Jewish organizations. Therefore, they were very eager to find part-time employment while studying. The most striking remark made by the consul is that the behavior of these Jewish students was loyal to Hungary, despite the fact that they went to Italy because of the Jewish quota in Hungary. We can read about the same attitude in the memoir of Lili Fenyő, whose friend and roommate defended Hungary when their signora, the landlady, criticized its anti-Semitism. Fenyő's very readable account characterized the arrival of the students in Italy in the following way. One goes to Padua because a famous medical professor lectures there. The other goes to Florence because if we are forced to go abroad, we should go to Florence, the city of arts. The third chooses Rome. Catania is the choice of the fourth because it's cheaper there. The fifth rolls the dice on a map. Nobody has a destination. We can go anywhere if there is a university where we are allowed to study. We are not going anywhere. We are only coming from somewhere where we were banned from studying. Besides the courtesy of Italian fellow students and professors, is also emphasized in her memoir, published in 1929, by the way. So as soon as she finished university in Florence, she returned and wrote a memoir about life in Italy. Nevertheless, she also writes about the grave homesickness, the deficiency of Italian knowledge initially, financial difficulties continuously, and a strong group solidarity with the compatriots. Passover makes their longing for their families unbearable. Therefore, one of the Hungarian peers arranges a dinner invitation for Seder for Lili Fenyő and two of her friends by an old Florentine Jewish couple. And as Lili Fenyő remarks, because of the Jewish community of faith, the hosts were very kind, despite the fact that they had lost their only son in the Great War by the weapon of my brother, as she says, thus by an Austro-Hungarian soldier. The matter of language was actually the only aspect in which Italian-Hungarian cultural approaching helped the numerus clausus exiles, since it extended the possibilities of learning Italian in Hungarian secondary schools. From 1924, secondary schools were obliged to to give the possibility to the students to learn a modern language, which was French, Italian, or German. And the years following the Italian contract of friendship in 1927 saw the further increase in the availability of Italian teaching in Hungary. So, and then I will quickly move on to, well, what happened in 1938. So, although retrospectively, one can look at Italian fascism as a regime that logically turned anti-Semitic. Well, as you are familiar, as you know, in the beginning, it was not clearly anti-Jewish. So the introduction of anti-Jewish legislation in 1938 was an unexpected calamity for many Italian as well as foreign Jews. The first action taken against Jews was the exclusion of foreign Jews from the universities in August. When Giuseppe Bottai, Minister of National Education, banned the universities from accepting foreign Jewish students. 3 Hungarian Jews asked permission to stay for the remaining 8 months until their degrees in a joint letter to the Special Secretary of the Duce, declaring that we are 3 Hungarians of Israelite religion and of absolutely fascist sentiments. This was successful, so they were allowed to stay for 8 months to finish their studies. A peculiarity of the Italian anti-Jewish legislation and its execution was the quite widespread practice of exemption when compared to Hungary, for instance. So the Central State Archives of Rome preserves very many requests for exemption for the sake of Hungarian Jews who had come to study to Italy and then settled. Nearly all of these letters were written by Catholic Italian wives. So, well, I call this group of sources the wives' letters. And now I show you a quote from one of the wives' letters. She is Libia Tassi Lukács, and she emphasizes the fascist merits also of her husband. And of course, everyone overemphasized, you know, whatever merits they had with regard to fascism, which could be just joining the Gruppo Universitario Fascista at the university where they were studying. But as a matter of fact, the Tassi family was really a very high-standing fascist family. So Tassi was very, Libia Tassi herself was very active. Her father and the father also intervened for the sake of the son-in-law, which is Imre Lukács, who used to be the head of the fascist group of foreign students at the University of Padua when he started his studies. So many of such results were successful. However, of course, for the great majority of the numerus clausus exiles, 1938 marked their re-exile again, mostly to Hungary, and a large part of them fell victims to the Shoah. And well, I left out a lot of things, and I apologize that I spoke so quickly. I hope it was possible to follow, but yes, I did an effort to fit into the 15 minutes. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Agnes, for your lecture that has allowed us to relate Hungary and Italy in such a catastrophic period for Judaism in the past century. And now Ruth Gruber, director of Jewish Heritage Europe, who will present a paper entitled Lo Yiddish in Italia, Moni Ovadia and the Yiddish Boom of the 90s. So please, Ruth.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm speaking in the microphone. Do you hear okay?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't have a PowerPoint, but at one point I'm going to share a screen to show some pictures. And this is the last presentation of the day. So if you're all as sort of tired as I am, I hope you'll bear with me. In the 1990s, the Jewish stage artist Moni Ovadia gained wide renown in Italy for his shows that were based on klezmer music and East European Jewish culture and were often partly performed in Yiddish. A veteran folk singer and performer, Ovadia is a Sephardic Jew who was born in Bulgaria in 1946, but moved to Italy as a small child and grew up in Milan. He began devoting the bulk of his work to Jewish and Yiddish themes in the 1980s and became a leading mediator for Jewish culture in Italy in the 1990s. He was one of the chief catalysts of a mainstream craze for Jewish music, performance, humor, and other Jewish cultural products that mushroomed at the time. A charismatic performer, Ovadia drew standing room audiences to stage shows such as Dibuk, Oilim Goilim, and what he called Yiddish cabarets. He performed everywhere from big-time theaters in major cities to open-air piazzas in the provinces to Jewish community-sponsored events. He appeared on TV, radio, and in movies. He addressed high school groups and scholarly conferences, and he was written up repeatedly in the national media. And he also wrote books himself. In 1997, an Italian cultural radio program listed Ovadia as one of the top 6 cultural figures in Italy. In 1998, he was the focus of the Dedica Festival in Pordenone, a festival that each year centers on the work and person of a prominent cultural figure, presenting interviews, performances, cinema, music, and exhibitions. And in this case, there was a Festschrift book whose cover made him look like a saint. Let me share the screen to show some pictures right now.
I think you can share. You can share the screen.
I think I'm trying. If not, it doesn't matter. Yes. So this is the cover of the Dedica that shows that goes from the Pordenone festival that shows him looking very soulful and saintly. And here's a couple pictures from his stage.
We don't see.
You don't see. Oh, okay.
Share the screen where your picture is.
I did. I am. I'm showing the screen where the picture is. Desktop 1. It doesn't matter. Can you see it now? No.
No. Yes.
Can you
Yes.
see it now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay. So here's the cover of the Festschrift that went with the Dedica festival. So you can see how he was made into this sort of guru type saintly figure. And here are just a couple other pictures from his performances, from Oilim Goilim, where there was a film version, from one of the Yiddish cabarets. This is another version. It's a book that he wrote where they use the same picture from the Dedica called the Laughing Jew, or the Jew Who Laughs. Another scene from one of his performances. Another scene from the Cabaret Yiddish. And the selection of some of the books that he wrote or were written about him. Okay, now I'm going to stop sharing the screen. Wait a second. I'm just going to close this. I can't. Okay. So now you don't see it anymore. Okay. I followed Ovadia's career in the 1990s as part of my research for my book, Virtually Jewish, which explored the reinvention of Jewish culture and the ways that non-Jews related to Jewish culture. As such, I was more interested in the impact of his performances rather than in their merits as stage productions. And I was troubled by much of his work. He dealt with serious Holocaust themes, but he was particularly famous for his Jewish jokes that he told in a heavy Yiddish accent. On stage, Ovadia frequently dressed like the stereotypical literary image of a shtetl figure, in a beard, tiny glasses, a battered hat, and a long coat, conventionalized costume props used for more than a century to perform the Jew on stage. In several of his plays, he and other performers mimicked the rocking motion made by Orthodox Jewish men while praying. Popular among Jews and non-Jews alike, Ovadia repeatedly stressed that he felt he was carrying out a post-Holocaust mission. He said he chose his subject matter and performed in Yiddish to pay homage to East European Jewry wiped out in the Holocaust, and to force his non-Jewish fans to confront their fate and reflect on the loss. Around 30,000 or so Jews live in Italy, almost invisible amid a general population of 60 million. Ovadia's on-stage appearance bore little resemblance to Italy's mainly acculturated Jewish community, but conformed with both nostalgic and anti-Semitic stereotypes. For many Italians, ignorant even of Italian Jewish traditions and history, this image could serve as an image of Jews in general. It was not a dominant culture demarcating this otherness, but a Jew proclaiming it. In 1990s Italy, Ovadia was working Yiddishly in essentially a vacuum. But it was the vacuum, to a certain extent, of a tabula rasa, not the haunted vacuum such as that in Poland. Ovadia, in a sense, was recycling old stereotypes, playing with them and repurposing them as theater to audience who often seized upon them, not just as theatrical, but as recreations brought back to life of what once really was. Klezmer historian Mark Slobin put it this way in his book, Klezmer on the Move, published in 2000, quote, "The Klezmer tradition, indeed all of Yiddishkeit, is defenseless. The arbitrariness of Ovadia's work spills over to his audience, who note down the bits of information he scatters through the evening. There is no local Jewish population or international klezmer nerve center that can react to these stimuli, which pass on to the adoring audience a set of contingent and coincidental impressions of a night's entertainment, a tourist excursion to a vanished culture." During a 1997 performance of his Yiddish cabaret in an open-air piazza in the central Italian city of Perugia, Ovadia gestured broadly and shook his long gray-streaked hair. He leaned back in a chair and, accompanied by a guitar, accordion, and violin, belted out songs in a raucous voice that emphasized the sobs and crests of a cantor. Striding the stage, he told a stream of jokes in his exaggerated Yiddish accent. The jokes dealt with Yiddish imamas and the misadventures of characters named Moishele and Avroimele. They had punchlines centering, among other things, on Jewish greed and the shape of Jewish noses, big noses. They brought roars of appreciative laughter from the standing room audience. In monologues between jokes and songs, Ovadia mused about Jews, Judaism, and Yiddishkeit, what they are and what they meant, both to him personally and to the world in general. At one point, he underscored that he was the only Jew on the stage. The musicians he worked with, he told the crowd, were all goyim. Indeed, besides myself, few, if any, of the audience were Jews. Only a handful of Jewish families live in Perugia. For probably the majority of the audience, Ovadia was the only Jew they had ever knowingly encountered firsthand. His persona represented the closest thing they had knowingly come to the real thing. Ovadia himself clearly recognized the inherent ambiguity of the jokes and stereotypes he employed in his performance. In 1998, he told an audience at the Rome Jewish Community Center that he realized that many of the jokes he used on stage could sound anti-Semitic if told by a non-Jew. He did not, however, address the question of whether, in telling such jokes before mainly non-Jewish audiences, he, a Jew, could give the appearance of sanctioning or legitimizing such descriptions in the mainstream. Ovadia only started learning Yiddish as an adult from a Chabad rabbi in Milan after he wandered into a small prayer room whose congregants were elderly Holocaust survivors from Eastern Europe. Quote, "There in front of me, as if by magic, was the shtetl," he has recalled. "I realized that this little synagogue was a theater. Yiddish was exploding in the air in all of its variants, mixed with an Italian spoken in Yiddish. I felt like I was in the middle of a Jewish joke." It was on the behavior of this rabbi and of the elderly congregants, he has said, that he modeled his stage gestures, stealing, as he put it, their mannerisms, looks, speech cadences, tics, and then turning them into theater. He thus created for both his non-Jewish and his Jewish Italian audience a virtual image of the East European Jew and the mythic shtetl, based on an exaggerated stage version of the post-Holocaust immigrant experience in Milan, rather than on the East European Jewish experience itself. Books that Ovadia authored print many of the w sounds as v, questo and quello, not questo and quello, for example. This, as he put it, offered the reader, quote, a crumb of the flavor of the language as spoken, unquote. But the language this communicated was not Yiddish. Rather, it was the comic mispronunciation of a native Yiddish speaker clumsily trying to speak Italian. The Jew as outsider, exile, inexorable other. This idea of the Jew as perpetual other was a common trope that also romanticized the language and lost shtetl world. The Italian writer Claudio Magris, whose works dating back to the 1970s introduced many Italians to the pre-war world of East European Jewry, once described Jews as a people, quote, who have their homeland within them, rooted not in space but in time, in memory, in a book, in allegiances, in affection, thus to be in exile, but also never to be uprooted, never to be only in exile, unquote. This metaphor colored the lure of the Yiddish language and klezmer music that developed in Italy in the 1990s. In 1998, one of the reasons given by the Neapolitan novelist Eri de Luca for his personal fascination with Yiddish was that it was a language that, quote, changed citizenships without changing the place where it was spoken. As I said, I was researching Ovadia and following his work for my book, Virtually Jewish. An example from 1998 demonstrated the virtual aspect of his work and the disconnect from Jewish realities. In October 1998, Ovadia produced a musical theater piece about the Jewish history and associations of Trieste, which opened the season of one of Trieste's leading theaters. The premiere of his Trieste show took place on the eve of the Jewish holiday Simchas Torah, a joyous festival marking the conclusion of the year-long cycle of the reading of the Torah in synagogue. Before going to the theater, I attended services in Trieste's magnificent synagogue. Only about 700 Jews were living in Trieste at the time. Some 200 or more were in the congregation. Men paraded around the sanctuary, carrying Torahs bedecked with jingling silver, and young children marched behind them, waving flags. Then half a dozen men danced with the Torahs in front of the ark. It was, for all the small size of the Jewish community and the disrepair of the enormous synagogue, a scene that was joyous and redolent of Jewish life. The theater, a few blocks away, was sold out for Moni Ovadia's performance. The audience was several times larger than the congregation in the synagogue. The performance consisted largely of Ovadia reading excerpts from books about the Jewish experience in Trieste, interspersed with songs, klezmer music, and Jewish jokes. He frequently cited works by Claudio Magris, who himself was sitting in the audience and whom Ovadia referred to as his guide. But he made no mention at all that the premiere was taking place on an important Jewish holiday, and that a synagogue service was going on at that very moment, just a 15-minute walk away, and that there was a living congregation of Jews still active in the city. Instead, as the final scene of the stage show, Ovadia dramatically turned off a light, plunging the theater into darkness and symbolically indicating to the overwhelmingly non-Jewish crowd that Triestine Jewish life was no more. In his writings, in our conversations and interviews, Moni Ovadia would insist that he was just a performer. He described himself as a saltimbanco, an acrobat, or maybe he meant a mountebank. He was well aware too of the irony of himself, a newcomer to Yiddish culture, being regarded in Italy as that culture's most prominent representative. Quote, I am not a scholar in search of reality, but a performer in search of feelings that stimulate an interest in that world, he told me. I'm trying to do my part in making Yiddish known, but in a personal way. What I do on stage is to explain the effect that the Yiddish world has had on me. I hope I stimulate others. I hope that some will say that they started with me and went further. Indeed, they have. A recent article in a Milan Jewish publication noted, for example, several Yiddish courses now taught at Italian universities and other deep treatments of the language and culture. The article did not at all mention Ovadia, however. He still performs all over Italy. I've lost touch with what he does. But I know, and others do too, that for some years now, he's been at odds with much of the Italian Jewish community because of his staunch pro-Palestinian political stance. Thanks.
Many thanks to Ruth for a lecture about the strategies adopted for this boom of Yiddish culture in Italy in the 90s, known to Italians, but perhaps a complete novelty to not Italians audience. So 7 o'clock in Italy, not in Israel. And we are moving toward the conclusion of the conference. And I don't know if someone, some questions, because nobody sent me some questions, so maybe we can go to the conclusion of the conference and just toward the closing remarks. So before making some final consideration, I give the floor to Vladimir.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for fascinating papers. I learned so much and understood so much. And, I would like to, it's evening already here in Israel.
Vladimir, maybe the volume is a little bit, no?
Yeah, is it better?
This way is better?
Better, yes, better.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I will start again. Thank you very much for all fascinating presentations. I learned a lot and I understood a lot. And since it's evening and we are tired, I would like to say only one, basically one thing. When Andrea and me started to think about this conference, we thought about architecture. Andrea is an architect. I'm working on architecture. So we thought, oh yeah, architecture is understandable. We know Matteo Gucci, other Italian guys who built in Eastern Europe. So we thought in that direction more or less. And at the end, we received such an unexpected topics which make the picture much more vibrant and much more interesting and lovely than pure architecture. And I would like to thank all of you for this. And so we, at the end, we indeed arrived at what we wanted, the complex approach and complex vision of things and relationships between Italy and Eastern Europe in its different with its different faces, and Russian, Lithuanian, Polish, Belarusian, and Hungarian. So all this together. So we are very grateful to all of you, and we hope that it is not the last time, and we will continue with this idea of bringing these regions and the Jewish studies together.
Okay, so some few words. I would like to thank all the people who made it possible to all this, I think, important conference coordinated by Vladimir and myself. All the speakers for the very high level of their lectures, and of course the listener at the conference that are really, really important. And I'm sure that this important day of study will be only the beginning of a collaboration between the Center for Jewish Art of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage in Italy, that will lead to the construction of a future project of study and enhancement of the very rich Jewish historical and artistical heritage. So thank you really very much. And what I can see you soon. I hope to really see you soon. To everybody.
And I hope to see you soon in person.
in person, in Italy, or in Israel, or in Russia, everywhere. Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. If somebody wants to add something.
The time for the last question.
Our last comment.
Our last comment. Okay.
If there's no sound, I have a bottle of Italian wine, so I will go to open it. It would we be in a real conference, we would open wine now and have a nice evening.
Okay.
Oh.
Bye.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
See you soon.
I will send all participants. I will send the link to the recording.
And in the Facebook page of the foundation, it's possible in a few minutes to see all the conference.
Oh, great!
Because we recorded to all the conference. Okay, so have a good night and see you soon.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Ciao.
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 Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.